Hence the hype around Easter and the 7 sayings of Christ, with nothing more to show other than riding donkeys and carrying crosses and running around the streets. The agency of the church remains very pietistic and limited to the Sunday cult, with less transformation happening outside the 4 walls of the church. As the College of Human Sciences, we are saying, as we welcome you to this symposium, we do not just welcome this conversation today, but are of the firm view that it cannot be the RDP of the soul in a prophetic sense without recentering the humanities. We are aware that social sciences and humanities are under serious attack, and some even claiming that they don't belong, just like theology. They don't belong in the public square. It cannot be the RDP of the soul without recentering the African philosophy of life, Ubuntu and Umuntu. The value of the African personhood, their epistemologies and praxis that are life-affirming and life-giving must be taken seriously even when we engage and share the prophetic message today. It cannot be the RDP of the soul without recentering the lived experiences of our people. Issues of homelessness and not being at home in our own native land. Issues of being hungry in a country which is full of arable and productive lands with streams, rivers, lakes that are oozing with natural waters, but cannot guarantee us food security. I'm talking not only issues of marginalization from the mainstream economic system of this world, but vulnerability to violence, human trafficking, and sexual abuse, even in the hands of the clergy, like with the current case of the Omotoso gate scandal. This exposes the fragility of our democracy and points to the direction that indeed our country is at the crossroad than ever before. The collapsing governance, spiritualities, legal systems that cannot even defend our girls who are being abused. The RDP of the soul cannot happen without allowing the likes of Chief Albert Luthuli to relive their stories and how much they have been relentless in fighting the oppressive system of apartheid in their time. This is the space where we allow them to retell their stories. Having said all this, I want to say a hearty welcome to the home of humanities. A hearty welcome to the home of social sciences. A hearty welcome to the home of Black theology of liberation, ecumenical theology. A hearty welcome to the home of decoloniality and Africanization. The champions of language and curriculum transformation. We wish you very robust but transformative encounters. Botanganethu. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mashao, for a very hearty welcome. Prof, as you know that I'm a church girl, I always say, or I always hear when someone gives a welcome, they say, now you can take off your jackets because now you have been welcomed. Thank you so much for reminding us that the church or the pulpit remains captured. Prof, just to share with you, I also got a tender of being part of the 7 words in Good Friday. so I totally understand. Without wasting time, I'd like to now call upon Professor Sekgalo, who's going to be giving us the opening and a background of the symposium to tell us why are we here, how did we get here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Plank. Colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Please allow me to start by acknowledging our program director, Ms. Linda Plank, together with her co-pilot, Dr. Tenyiko Chauke, who have done a tremendous job in the coordination of the symposium alongside the whole team of the Chief Albert Luthuli Research Chair. I stand here with great delight that this day has come for us to have this very important and timely conversation. College management, Professor Mashao, thank you so much for setting the scene so beautifully for us and already allowing us to start reflecting. I think you've really set the tone for us to start engaging on this very important issue. I acknowledge all the other management members from the college and our distinguished guests and speakers this morning. Thank you so much for saying yes. Thank you so much for seeing this topic as important enough for you to be a part of and to come and share your thoughts and deliberations and provocations and allow us to be in conversation with one another. We really look forward to that. This is a very important month, ladies and gentlemen, Africa Month. So Lesego did mention that we are in the Research and Innovation Week at the university, but we are also celebrating Africa Month. And the theme is really a relevant one in many ways for Research and Innovation Week. I think everything just fits in well together as we reflect on where we are, not only as a country as South Africa, with all the complexities and the challenges that we continue to have, but also in the context of the continent as well. Where are we as the continent? It was on the 25th of May in 1963 where the leaders of several African countries came together to say, how do we make Africa great, if you will? How do we come together as leaders of the continent to ensure that we have a continent that is thriving, where we do not function in silos as countries in the continent? And at the time, as we know, other countries were still under the colonial rule. We were in the heart of apartheid in South Africa. And so the idea was that no other African country can celebrate its freedom, its independence, if other African countries are not free. And it was with that the African Union, the organization of the African Union, was established with the idea to say we need to work together to make sure that Africa thrives. Are we there yet? Guess that's a question that we can keep asking. It's May again, and May gives us the opportunity to look back and say, what was the initial idea? Do we even know what we're talking about when we say Africa Month, Africa Week? So it's an opportunity again to also look at the context of our topic today in the broader context of the continent. Where is the church? What is happening to the church in the context of South Africa, in the context of the continent? And for this year, the Africa Union theme is Year of Reparations, Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparations. The African Union has designated this year, 2025, as the Year of Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparations. And I cannot help but think, Professor Mashao, of the issue of the 49ers as we think about justice, as we think about reparations, as we think about the forceful movement of people or people just deciding to go without being forced to go. This initiative of the African Union underscores the AU's commitment to addressing historical injustices, including the transatlantic slave trade, colonialism, apartheid, and genocide. It builds on decades of advocacy and collaboration, aiming to foster unity and establish mechanisms for reparatory justice on a global scale. So how do we make sense of this important need for justice when we think about the role of the church and where the church is today? So it is against this background that we invite you to join us today as we reflect on the role of the church in our quest for justice. This symposium, as I've indicated, forms part of the university's Research and Innovation Week. Allow me to share a brief overview of the theme of this year's Research and Innovation Week as articulated in our research portfolio here at the university. Research across the world has been well and truly shaken up by the recent geo-economic events in the global arena. Even before this, more and more African voices, including UNISA, have been rallying for our continent to take charge of our own research agenda. Who do we do research for? To whose benefit? Who is our research speaking to? The results that we get, the conclusions that we come to, where do they end up? So it's important to think about research in the context of Africa and research for justice and research for the betterment of our people. So the 2025 UNISA Research and Innovation Week seeks to provide the ideal platform for discussions on Africa-driven, globally relevant research. So how do we bring this to today's event and today's conversation, the RDP of the soul? Last year in November, we had our 6th annual lecture. So as the research chair, each year we host an annual lecture where we invite a keynote speaker to come and speak on a particular issue. But as we know, ladies and gentlemen, there's never enough time at many of these events to really engage and grasp with the content of the theme or the content of the speaker's ideas. So what we've decided then as the chair is that following each lecture, we will put together a symposium which will then assist us to unpack all the issues that have been raised by the speaker. In that way, we really have time to think together, to reflect together, and possibly to also forge a way forward together. So last year's Founders Lecture has had the theme, Where is the Church? Revisiting the role of the church in modern society. And we had Reverend Professor Ellen Busak, who is a distinguished theologian, politician, and as we know, an anti-apartheid activist, who delivered a very compelling critique of the church's position in contemporary struggles. His reflections challenged us to ask, where is the church? What is the role of the church? And who is the church in this contemporary moment? Our chair, our unit, our department is named after one of the greatest stalwarts, INKOSI Albert Luthuli, who is one of South Africa's most revered leaders who embodied the principles of faith-driven activism. His unwavering commitment to justice, to nonviolence, and ethical leadership Let's just think about our leadership and governance today. And Prof. Mashau mentioned some of the challenges that are confronting us right now. And these remain a guiding for Inkosi Albert Luthuli. And as we think about his ethos and philosophy, they continue remaining a guiding light in rethinking the role of the church in modern society. As a lay preacher, his faith was deeply intertwined with political vision. He was advocating for a South Africa where justice and equality were not mere aspirations, but lived realities. His legacy reminds us that the church is not meant to be an observer of history, but an active participant in shaping history. At the Founders Lecture, Reverend Busak introduced the concept of the theme of today, the RDP of the soul, distinguishing it from the ANC's socio-economic reconstruction and development program. He emphasized that the RDP of the soul compels us to reflect on the church's role in healing wounded communities, advocating for justice and restoring moral clarity in society. The call for the RDP of the soul aligns, we believe, with Inkosi Albert Luthuli's unwavering belief that faith must translate into action by challenging oppression, by fostering reconciliation, and also rebuilding a society rooted in dignity and justice. The church cannot afford to keep quiet when injustice prevails in society. The church cannot afford to keep quiet when so many children in our communities die because they ate some snacks from a spaza shop. What is our role in protecting and nurturing our children today, the next generation? We really have a moral responsibility as a people, but more so as the church, because we really need to ask ourselves, what is the role of the church? Ladies and gentlemen, the critical question arises in contemporary discourse. Where is the church in the lives of wounded souls whose voices go unheard? This inquiry invites a profound examination of the church's role in addressing local and global socio-political challenges, particularly those affecting marginalized communities. As scholars, as practitioners alike grapple with these issues, it becomes evident that a nuanced understanding of the mission of the church is necessary to bridge spiritual teachings with the pressing needs of society. Prof, I agree with you. We cannot just rally around and be very active when it's Easter time. We need to rally around the whole year as the church because society is on fire. A framework for the exploration can be found in the works of influential theologians such as Kwame Bediako, who posits that a contextual theology rooted in African culture, that draws from African culture, is essential for understanding the role of the church in our contemporary society. Bediako emphasizes that being proudly African involves embracing our unique heritage while responding to the global narrative of faith and justice. He argues that the church must engage with the realities faced by the marginalized, positioning itself as a catalyst for change and a voice for the voiceless. Additionally, the contributions of African theologians such as John Mbiti and Odioye illuminate the intersection of spirituality and social responsibility. Mbiti's assertion, as Prof also indicated later, that I am because we are, resonates deeply within African communities. So that also has to be entrenched within the church as well, reminding us that individual well-being is inherently linked to the collective well-being. This understanding challenges the church to function not only as a spiritual entity, but also as a communal support system that advocates for justice and equality. The concept of being globally relevant, as is our research and innovation theme for this year, further complicates our understanding of the church's mission. Contemporary theologians engage with globalization, asserting that local actions must bear global implications. The work of Boff and scholars, theologians like Guterres on liberation theology highlights the importance of addressing systemic injustices that transcend geographical boundaries. So it's not only about the church within South Africa, but it's also about the church within the continent, the church at a global scale as well. Because what happens locally also has ripple effects globally as well, as we've seen with the superpowers such as the global north and how we get affected. Their emphasis on solidarity with the oppressed calls for the church to actively partake in movements that seek to rectify social inequalities, thereby reinforcing its sole role on a global stage. And as I move towards conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, as we reflect today on these contributions, we are compelled to ask how the church can embody a faith that reconciles its proud African identity in our context with its larger global responsibilities. This duality can be achieved by fostering a theological framework that not only embraces African cultural insights, but also acknowledges and responds to issues such as poverty, inequality, and social unrest that we so often see on a global scale. The church is invited to reimagine its mission, a mission that is proudly African, drawing from rich cultural traditions and experiences while simultaneously being attuned to the global realities of injustice and suffering that we see daily. In doing so, it is our hope that the church can fulfill its calling to be a sanctuary for the marginalized and a powerful advocate for change. Our discussions today will seek to articulate what this means in practice, ensuring that the church remains a relevant and transformative force in the lives of those who need it the most. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite us to reflect together and to think collectively about the role of the church today and the possible role of the church in the future as we continue rethinking and reimagining a better society for all of us. And with that, we'd like to once again thank you so much for joining us today. Ke a leboha.
Thank you so much, Professor Sekgalo, for taking us back and bringing context to this day, where you remind us of the most powerful lecture of Reverend Bosak. Indeed, Prof, Govota umlilo, and maybe the cross is on fire. So thank you for bringing us into context. And one thing about the chair is that as we are arguing and saying that we cannot afford the church to be silent, we indeed ensured that we bring the church to us today so that they can conversate with us. With that, friends, colleagues, we are now moving to our first session, which is themed Beyond the Pulpit, a radical church confronting socio-economic betrayal and reimagining theology for Africa's future. The first panelist is going to be Reverend Mzwandile Molo, whom I'm going to read his bio as he walks up. Rev Mzandile Molo is a distinguished Methodist minister and visionary leader whose ministry spans over 3 decades. 3 decades of transformative service within the Methodist Church of Southern Africa and beyond. In 2014, Rev Molo joined the South African Council of Churches as a member of the National Executive Committee, later becoming the director of the Church and Community Liaison. Since 2022, he has served as acting General Secretary of the SACC and is now the General Secretary. Rev Molo's unwavering commitment to faith-driven activism, community empowerment, and social justice has left an indelible mark on South Africa's religious and social landscape, inspiring transformative change and hope within the communities he serves. Rev Molo.
Thank you very much to the program director. I'm not quite sure Methodists would agree with the word distinguished. So let me do the formalities proper. Otherwise, I might be in trouble. Having greeted the program director, I also want to greet the Deputy Executive Dean, Professor Mashao. Also want to greet the management of the human sciences. Want to greet Professor Sikhalo and all distinguished guests and everybody present here this morning. I greet you all in the wonderful name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Good morning. Having listened to the greetings and welcomes and the background, I'm almost tempted to say, why don't we just now have a conversation? Because we run the risk of repeating and sounding the same in the concerns and the matters that we want to raise. So I'm more looking forward to the conversation, really, because I think that's where we can have serious conversation, even conversations of what we really mean when we say the pulpit is captured. Because part of the truth is proclamation is part of the responsibility for transformation and liberation. You can't talk liberation simply by acting. You have to talk liberation also by proclamation. Therefore, the capturing of the pulpit is an interesting concept that we can engage. And I have also engaged with Mufokeng on his critique of the Good Friday model. I think that critique is a little bit limited because it doesn't take into account the reality of the solidarity and the transformative love that we experience in the moment of the cross. So as a Methodist, I'm somebody who takes seriously the cross, and the 7 words are part of that reality for me. And therefore, it would have been wonderful to have a conversation around that. And part of that conversation is the need, perhaps not to absolutize ideas, that every critique must always be remembered, is always nuanced. It is always one that allows us to transcend rather than to discard, that allows us to engage not in a manner that is dismissive of the power, but allows the power not to be limited into the powers of oppression that goes with it. So it would have been lovely to have that conversation. So what I'm going to do now is simply I'm not going to go through everything that I wanted to say because I'm really looking forward to the conversation. I'm going to deposit some of the ideas that I have here in this context and simply journey with you in a conversation. The first idea that I would like to deposit as part of this conversation is really to begin to ask the question, at least for myself, when I saw the invitation and what the invitation was asking, or at least of me, to prepare. I kind of asked the question, what do we mean by church? We are saying beyond the pulpit, a radical church. I sometimes listen to people when they talk of church, and I get the sense that the program director says, we've asked the church to come to us. And I was wondering to myself, who is that church that is coming? To who? And therefore, the question, therefore, to ask who is the church, for me is important. Because then we kind of create a sense of bystanders who are watching others become church, whilst they are just waiting on the side to critique those who are church. So that's the question that I really want to do that. And secondly is the word radical. I always want to check, what do you mean by radical? Because there are people in some spaces who are radically conservative. And therefore, the word radical is one that we probably might need to unpack for ourselves. And then in my reading of what I'm supposed to talk about, there was even, I want to be nice here, there was even a fetishizing of the church's ability to influence governance, to influence policies. And I asked myself the question, which policies are we talking about that were influenced by the church? Which governance was influenced by the church? For whose benefit was that done? Who are the beneficiaries of that governance? And because part of that, as I understand the conversation to be had, is a yearning, therefore, for that church that has been silenced in the realities of our country. A yearning for a church that is active in the public square and contribute, if not shape policy, if governance and economic justice. There's a yearning for this church that will reclaim its position as a bold and a fearless moral authority, calling for ethical transformation in political and economic spaces. It is in that context that I really believe we need to make sure that we are as precise as we can when we talk of the church. And I try to allow, noting that it is the Kairos 40th, the Kairos document, a moment. I allowed myself to be influenced by the Kairos document's definition of church. And when I approached the Kairos document and tried to find what does the Kairos document says about the church, it says the following, I quote, "The challenges to renewal and action is addressed to the church. But that does not mean it is all who bear, that does not mean it is intended only to the church leaders. The challenge of faith in our present address is addressed to all who bear the name Christians. None of us can simply sit back and wait to be told what to do by our church leaders or anyone else." Kairos document continues. "We must accept the responsibility for acting and living out our Christian faith in these circumstances," unquote. There's no doubt that the Kairos document, in its definition of church, the institution of church is reflected in the voice and representation of church leaders. In reading the Kairos document again, I find it a very interesting definition of church, because in that definition, even in that conversation, the Kairos document seeks to distinguish between the church leaders who, by stature and position, reflect what they consider to be pronouncements and decisions of the church, and what it called the majority of the church who are not necessarily in agreement with the church leadership. So there's kind of a tension in that space. So in understanding for ourselves what church is, the Council document also says the church leaders is seen in society as expressing the official voice of the institutional church, though it might not necessarily reflect the views of the majority, nor the best traditions of the church as understood as a part of the church. Even in his critique of the church theology, as I read it, it says this kind of theology is founded on a spirituality tended to be otherworldly affair that has very little to do with the affairs of this world. It is a spirituality that, when faced with the present crisis in South Africa, leaves so many Christians and church leaders in a state of near paralysis, unquote. The Council document, in its critique of the spirituality, thus found in itself, it goes beyond the issues of potency and impact. It goes to foundation. And the most powerful critique I found in that document is when it says, I quote, "This kind of faith and spirituality has no biblical foundation." It's not a critique of only the critique of the church's impact and ability, but its own foundation. It's a critique that begins to say to the church, you are not able to be who you are supposed to be. It's a critique that the church needs to take seriously. And then, as I understood it, it forces us to think of a church that is occupied by Christian individuals in different spheres of our lives who carry the responsibility to witness to God's transforming love for a better world. In this understanding, at least as I see it, the church, therefore, is everywhere. The church is not only in buildings. The church, if it lives its life well, it lives with passion and fire wherever it finds itself to express what it is that God wants us to do. This kind of church, the Kairos document calls for is quote, a response from Christians that is biblical, spiritual, pastoral, and above all, prophetic, unambiguously taking a stand, unquote. This church is a church of Jesus Christ, which always is on the side of the oppressed, and has a message of the cross that inspires us to make sacrifices for justice and liberation, unquote. Cornel West echoes this prophetic messaging when he writes, I quote, "The prophetic tradition is fueled by a righteous indignation at injustice, a moral urgency to address the cries and the tears of the oppressed," unquote. So in this sense, therefore, in my view, when we look at the church, we do not confine ourselves into institutional church. Although institutional church is part of who we are. Although institutional church has the power of status and stature, has the power of decision-making, but it also is not the complete church. For the complete church is made possible by all of us who carry the name of Jesus Christ. I also want to say, just as a side, as I try to move on quickly, I am one of those people who believe that the church, especially the institutional church, is always living in serious tension. The tension of what I know to be the pre-Constantine church and the post-Constantine church. The pre-Constantine church is a church that is free in living itself as a true witness of the church. It's a church that seeks to try and find a way to witness to God without the trappings of power, without the trappings of privilege, without the trappings of status. It is this tradition, therefore, the prophetic one, that is what I call in a perennial dance and struggle with what Colonel West calls the Constantinian captivity. Hey, it's called the Constantinian captivity. And it is this Constantinian captivity that seeks to stifle the prophetic voice of the church, because that Constantinian captivity emphasizes the worship and idolatry of power. God is replaced by power, by pomp, by ceremony, by money, by those who are powerful in society. And if I read Busak's thing very, very well, Busak is connecting the life of INKOSI Luthuli closely with that tradition that refuses to be caught up in the Constantinian captivity, that almost rejects the Constantinian captivity, that seeks to stand on the side of the poor and the people. In the same address, I spent a lot of time trying to understand what Busak said because I read your brief. In the same address, Busak almost illustrates this point of that continuous dance between the prophetic and the Constantinian captivity. If you read him, he tells us that after the defiance campaign, with the rise of the repression of the government, he says to us, and I want to quote him, that period was not only a period of the rising of repression. Busak says, it was also the beginning of the decade in which the prophetic church in South Africa, such a prominent driving force in the struggle during the defiance campaign, influencing and shaping the character of our resistance. This is the words that I want us to hear. Fell tragically and disastrously silent. That the church itself goes through these realities of its own silence, of its own inability to be relevant. He then says, as a critique to that church in that moment, in that way, he says, withdrawing into the safety of our sanctuary, we left our oppressed people confused and confounded, alone in the wilderness. Content with the cautious statements and careful sermons, we clothe ourselves not in prophetic cloaks of camel hair, but in the pious finery of neutrality we try to pass off as spirituality. The vibrancy of the Christian witness and activism that had become a hallmark of the defiance campaign of the early 1950s has been virtually abandoned. The prophetic church has lost its voice. It is that voice that I anticipate, chair of the INKOSI Luthuli research chair, as what we want to see, what we want to rediscover, what we want to reconnect with as we move on into our says. Busak, in his typical way, in his typical faraway and polemic way, holds no punches in connecting that church with the current church. When he rhetorically, I can imagine Busak, I've listened to Busak many times, I can imagine saying, where is the church? I can imagine him saying that, and then giving his answer back. He says, which I found very, very powerful as a critique. He says, the church is in what he calls in-room writing statements, or jostling each other for an invitation to the presidential luncheon, or leaving some politicians, or inviting some politicians to worship services during election time so that they desecrate the pulpit with their lies and false promises, he says. And I make this note, Chair, that the power of his critique lies not in the reference of the means of engagement, which can never be binary, I think it would be a mistake, at least in my view, to see Busak's critique as critiquing the need to write statements, because we have written statements before, even during his time. I was young enough to know with him, live with him in writing statements. I don't think that is the power of his critique. The power of his critique lies in what I believe to be the concern for what it is that you are supposed to do, even in those spaces, without being limited by those spaces. So the critique is not whether you write a statement or not. The critique is not whether you are able to have a meeting. Now, you see the luncheon part, it's a very, very interesting. My view, and that view is expressed in this same address when he says this: concern for truth, justice, and dignity for our people in the moment of our deepest moral crisis is nowhere to be found, unquote. Therefore, he contextualizes that critique with the fact that in all these spaces, the concern for our people and the concern for truth and the deepest moral crisis is nowhere to be found. So I say that because I've seen marches going all over the place that had nothing to do with the concern of our people. I've seen the church march for opening of churches during COVID. So the instrument is not the matter to critique, not the matter to engage. It is what is the purpose of doing that work. And therefore, I say, therefore, and I'm trying to, Professor said we should not complain about time, so I'm going to try to move as quick as I can. It is my suspicion, therefore, that noting all of this work and the prophetic contribution of people like Ellen Busak in his work yesterday and the work that we want to do, it is my suspicion that the church that is called for to confront socio-economic betrayal is one that must find a way to reflect, and Busak raises this point, that the reality of the failure of the last 30 years, with all that comes with it, is not only a failure of the political and economic class only. It's a societal failure. A societal failure because a society mortgaged our agency to shape the country. The church itself is complicit in that mortgaging. The church itself gave away its own imagination and power as it offers itself as a conduit to the pacification of our people in the most difficult of times. So therefore, as part of the critique that the church will offer, it must ask itself, what is it that it has done as the church? Anything beyond that is disingenuous. Anything beyond that robs the church of its platform to speak prophetically in our context, in our times that we feature. The Prof has almost indicated the challenges that we face, and Prof, you also indicated, so I'm not going to repeat that. We can have them in conversations. Oh, goodness me. No. Oh, sorry. Hey, technology was destroying me here. Part of when I try to understand the last 30 years, I spend a little time in trying to understand everything else, but part of it includes reading a small little book by Sir Peter Blanche, who's an economist. Sir Peter Blanche has written a book which is entitled Lost in Transformation: South Africa's Search for a Different Future from 1986 to 2012. And Sir Peter Blanche spends a lot of time in trying to engage for us the realities of our economic situation. And I want to really go through some of the things he spoke about. Peter Blanche says, and I want to read a little bit out of him. South Africa, what went wrong in transforming process of South Africa in 1986-2012? His suggestions on the why I still believe are relevant. Peter Blanche says the transformation journey of 1986 to 2012, he calls it disappointing. He even calls it a huge failure, arguing, I quote, "We replaced the immoral and inhuman system of apartheid with an immoral and inhuman political system." While the economic side is too powerful, too self-centered, and too globally orientated, unquote. He said that we did not address the apartheid legacy of abject poverty, high unemployment, and the growing inequality. Noting the growing indifference of both the whites who have been enriched by the new dispensation and the derivatives of apartheid, and the new black elites who have adopted what he calls the extravagant get-rich-quick mentality. The power balance in society moved disproportionately towards those elites with money as away from the masses of our people. He then says, using the language of Nelson Mandela, we did not succeed in creating a people-centered society. He said, we failed to replace apartheid society with a society of solidarity. He then locates the failure in ethical terms when he says, I quote, "We succeeded in getting rid of the immoral and inhumane system of apartheid, but did not succeed in putting a moral and humane society in its place," unquote. And I mention these things, Chair, as I try to move as fast as I can. Let me not go there so that I can close and then we can come to conversation. It is my view, part of the prophetic tradition that needs to emerge and enlighten us, and that keeps the fire in us, is one that empowers us with the most powerful analytical tools that allows us to analyze society much more powerfully. So that in that analysis, we do not fall trap into generalizations that disempowers us. One of the big challenges that I think we as the church need to speak as we seek to be prophetic, we must ask the question, what is the role of the moneyed elites in the defining of the politics of our country? We need to find analytical tools that speaks to us beyond simply talking about Ramaphosa and Phalaphala, beyond talking about Zuma and state capture, to begin to ask, what is the ethos that forms the basis of our economic engagement and activity, so that we do not misplace our critique to those. There is an expression in Xhosa that says, "Uphethe engaphethe." They're in positions, but they're not really the ones in power. We must develop a prophetic theological tool and skilling that makes us ask the question, who is behind the chair? Because that's where our prophetic message comes from. Because we live in a society where the black elites who have been trapped into this idea of chasing money, just like the same ethos of the white minority who were able to generate money for their own purposes. And these black elites have found a way to convince us that the ethos that we must live with is the ethos that they've inherited from the white minority. which is self-centered, and therefore that spirituality goes into that space. So we have to ask the question, and if you think this is the joke, Elon Musk has told you that is not a joke. Because the oligarchs and the plutocrats are not only taking over states, they have taken over the media, they are shaping the narratives in society, but most importantly, which is the dangerous phenomenon for our time, they've even hijacked democracy itself. Democracy itself as a tool of transformation and change for the poor is now totally, entirely in the hands of the plutocrats. And therefore, that creates a very critical reflection that we who wants to be prophetic in what we do will need to do and reflect on all those things. Because outside of that, we are going to become polemic and make noise to those who don't have the power, and they get changed. We then end up with what Cornel West is one of my people are like. We end up thinking that black faces in high places is a sign of transformation. When in terms of class interest, all it has done, it is to change the face of the one without changing the substance of the ethos of the society that we want to have. So if we are going to talk about Luthuli, if we are going to talk about the RTP of the soul, we are not simply talking about who is in power. We are talking about who we are becoming as a society. What are the things that must drive us as a society? And if we search for those things, then we begin to look for the most substantial struggle rather than the cosmetic struggles. Because once you get caught up in the cosmetic struggles, you change the individuals, the problems persist. And because the problems persist, you do not have the tool to unmask what is happening in society. And therefore, I really believe that part of that is a need for us to engage on that reality. How much time do I have? I've got 3 minutes left. So let me just make certain points as I go, and we can talk about that. I can talk to you about what the SACC does. That's not the point for it. When you can ask me when we engage. In the quest of reimagining theology, I'll leave that to Professor Madise and them to talk about that. But here are the things that I want to raise as we seek to engage. I consider theological institutions as institutions of formation and imagination. We are forming people and leaders in society. And whenever I see with that, and I know that education is part of that journey, I always go back to the haunting warning that Frantz Fanon has given to all of us. Frantz Fanon, in that book of his called The Red Church of the Earth, has these words for those who are involved in education and formation of human beings. He says, I quote, "It so happens that the unpreparedness of the educated classes, the lack of practical links between them and the masses of the people, their laziness, and let it be said, their cowardice at the decisive moments of the struggle will give rise to tragic mishaps," unquote. Let me repeat that. It so happens that the unpreparedness of the educated classes, the lack of practical links between them and the masses of our people. I'm going to stand there for a minute. Any theological enterprise that is connected to the masses of our people is going to raise what Frantz Fanon says, coupled with their laziness. And when I read Fanon about laziness, he's not talking about the laziness to read, because you can spend time in reading. And then he says, let it be said, their cowardice at the most decisive moments of the struggle will give rise to tragic mishaps in history. Let me put differently and do it retrospectively. Perhaps the tragic moment we are going through is a reflection of the unpreparedness of the educated classes. Their laziness, their cowardice is a result that perhaps brings us to this moment. So any theological work I suggest needs to deal with us. And then as part of that, I want to suggest the other thing that he himself raises. He says to all those who are going to be people involved in these realities, I quote, those people, I quote, must be willing slaves of that revolutionary capital, which is the people, unquote. So any African theological reflection must produce theologians who are willing to be slaves, not to money, not to power, but to that revolutionary capital, which is the people. Any theological work must stop creating the church as individual saviors of our people. It must create a church that allows our people to see their own agency in their own liberation, in their own pursuit of a radically different world. Because the world we live in is in a fast track to mutual destruction. If we want to have a world that is full of life, we must have a theology that focuses in agitating and engaging the urgency of the now in the prophetic sense, not as in the institution church only, but all of us participating in the radical transformation of the world as slaves of the people. God bless you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Rev Molo. Like a minister, Ushumaelile. Where Rev Molo is simply reminding us that we cannot be bystanders and that the church or all those who bear the name of Christians have to act out their Christian faith, and that not only is the church in the 4 buildings that we visit on Sunday, but the church is everywhere. So thank you for that. As we move to our next speaker, who is conversating in this theme, Professor Mogele Madise. I will read his bio. Prof. Mogele Madise currently holds the position of School Director in the School of Humanities, College of Human Science at UNISA. He is in the editorial boards of various journals, including Jamonga, Journal of Education, Oral Studies, and Human Sciences, the Boab Review, Journal, and Studia Historia. I can't pronounce that name. Yeah. Where he also served as co-editor between 2015 and 2022. He has presented academic papers at local and international conferences and published widely both locally and internationally. Prof. Madise is a regular guest on various radio and TV shows. He is a member of various academic societies, including Church History Society of Southern Africa, American Society of Church History, International Society for Teacher Education, and Southern African Society for Education, to name a few. Prof. Madise.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Program Director, Professor Mashao, the DED of the College of Human Sciences, Professor Sakalo, the chair of the Chief Albert Luthuli chair. When I was invited, particularly by Professor Sekgalo, to come and speak about this, the first thing that actually went into my mind was, how am I going to deal with this question of the RDP of the soul? Considering that 31 years down the line, there are voices that have been echoing the absence of the church, especially in the mainstream society, to say what is happening in South Africa. One can recall that when Reformation started, a lot of people tend to think that Reformation can be attributed to Martin Luther, when in essence, Martin Luther was not the first one. There were people before Martin Luther. Some of them are people such as John Huss, Savonarola, John Wycliffe, and many others. But they were actually echoing these voices in public until Martin Luther decided to go radical. But coming to South Africa, I just want to say these voices are similar to what happened then, and I'm talking about the 16th century Reformation just before Luther, or the 15th century to 16th century. But coming to South Africa, we need to talk about the transition from the old governance order to the new one that has left the church contemplating its prophetic role. Now, there's this renowned quote by Chief Albert Luthuli that I am in the Congress simply because I am a Christian. This illustrates church's commitment to collaborating with the people of God to navigate the intersections of faith and politics of the struggle. It has turned out that the church, after 31 years, seemed to have become a mere spectator when it is supposed, or it has actually been co-opted into becoming a spectator. Some of the questions that one needs to ask is, has God been driven out of his own house, leaving it to be occupied by the earthly powers? Other question is, has this spectatorship taken away the voice of the church? In addressing the central question of how the church can reclaim its prophetic voice in matters of governance and economic justice, it is essential to first examine the historical context of the church as a prophetic institution. It is also possible for the prophetic voice to be silenced in the face of reality. And should efforts be made to restore that voice? A recent lecture by Alan Busak was addressing the concept of the RDP of the soul. And he was urging us to reflect critically on the church's shortcomings in fulfilling its obligation to heal the wounded communities. He emphasized the need for a steadfast commitment to justice and the restoration of moral clarity within the society. This lecture by Busak was reminding the church to align itself with LUTHULI'S Christian belief that faith goes along with actions, and that it should be confrontational in its course to rebuild a society that is anchored on dignity and justice. This is to assist us in writing the process. This is something else. I just want us to go now into the historical background. I want us to look at how the prophetic voice in the church was developed, and how at one stage, or maybe along the way, there were certain, there were certain breaks in between. The Federation of Churches in South Africa was first established in 1936, and it continued up until 1968, when it had to be renamed the South African Council of Churches, the one that Reverend Molo is currently the General Secretary of. This transformation aimed to create an ecumenical body that would unite churches on a broader scale. The decision to shift from the Christian Council of South Africa and from the Christian Council of South Africa was primarily influenced by the perceived failure and absence of a prophetic voice during the periods of colonialism and apartheid. Additionally, the change was prompted by the Sharpeville massacre of March 21, 1960, which called for the South African church to actively engage and take prophetic stance against apartheid government. And this was influenced mainly by the World Council of Churches. The Sharpeville massacre served as a jarring wake-up call, compelling churches to take action. In response to this tragic incident, the World Council of Churches convened the Cottesloe consultation. You can imagine, this is a global body of the church. It convened this meeting here in South Africa in Cottesloe in Johannesburg, 1960. In response to this tragic incident, the World Council of Churches convened the Cottesloe consultation, an emergency meeting which was aimed at addressing the oppressive and exclusionary governance of the Dutch Reformed Church and the government, which marginalized the majority citizens. And this was also solely based on the color of the skin. In the South African context, during the colonial era and apartheid, there emerged pressing need for what is known as prophetic theology. According to the Kairos theologians, you have already spoken about it, Reverend Molo, this was a period that demanded a response from Christians that was biblical, spiritual, pastoral, and above all, it had to be prophetic. This prophetic theology was born from the pain and suffering experienced by the Black majority in South Africa, particularly in light of the oppression and injustices they were facing. De Kruchi noted that this theology developed amid the struggle for justice. As the authors of the Kairos document listened to the cries of ordinary people, they chose to provide a prophetic response that prioritized the welfare of the poor. Consequently, during this tumultuous time, the ecumenical church could not simply continue its ecclesiastical activities as usual, while ordinary people were confronted with the circumstances. In the 1980s, the ecumenical body of South Africa, in collaboration with leaders from various religious organizations, organized numerous protests, with one of the most significant being the Standing for the Truth campaign. I will talk to this later. Church leaders, pastors, and lay people or lay persons united to protest against the South African government, and this was before these demonstrations actually. Meetings had to take place with the government of the time, and various church leaders coordinated these protests across the various provinces. Now, it is important to recognize that when the church earnestly embraced its role as a prophetic voice, it should be confrontational with the same forces it is addressing. It cannot be friendly to it. It has to be confrontational. In the height of colonialism and apartheid, the oppressive machinery of these systems attempted to suppress the critical prophetic voices from the church. And this was led by various figures who were leaders of the ecumenical movement. These were people such as Beyers Naudé, Peter Story, Desmond Tutu, Alan Busak, and Frank Chikane, and so many others. What happened during the dawn of democracy? The dawn of democracy in South Africa has coincided with a noticeable decline in the prophetic voice of the church. This diminishing influence is, in part, attributed to certain church leaders who have embraced the roles within the structures of government, choosing to engage in political platforms. Additionally, the church has also struggled to uphold its commitment to remaining autonomous from the state, failing to discourage its members from pursuing relationships with the government, while fully aware of the implications. Partey identified three primary factors that may have contributed to the diminishing prophetic voice, two of which have already been discussed. The third factor concerns the inability of the church leaders of the prophetic voice to pass the baton to the younger generation. However, I totally disagree with this assertion. And I hold a different view from Cutlass regarding this matter, that the issue is not merely that the older generation failed to transfer the responsibility, but rather that the church has struggled to be prophetic in the face of those who were prophetic in the previous time or in previous times. Carter identified three primary factors that may have contributed to the diminishing prophetic voice, two of which, okay, I've already said this, yes. It is also important, or it is important to note that David Bosch, the one who's regarded as the forerunner of the Kairos document, contributed in demystifying the political system, and I quote what he said. He says, all political systems, including democracy, are humane. Are human inventions which do not have the character of divine revelation. Overall, the church has to adopt an attitude of the utmost reserve. She may not simply cooperate in programs of nation building as though she were mainly one partner among others. This was an unquote, and this was a quote that I took from his article that was published in 1977. The quote by Bosch suggests that he was advocating for a certain detachment from involvement in state affairs. However, he does not necessarily argue that the church must remain neutral, nor does he imply that the church should refrain from involvement altogether, aside from concentrating on other worldly matters. Wesley Mabuza underscores this point by noting that nearly all individuals currently in government were actively involved in the struggle for the nation's liberation. The majority of these individuals adhere to one faith or another, with many identifying as Christians. This background allowed the ecumenical movement to easily engage with them. The loyalty, relationship, and engagement of the church with the democratic government since 1994 have begun to compromise its prophetic voice. Both the people of South Africa and the church need to remain vigilant regarding the actions of the current government. Bentley and Foster express their concern about the sudden silence of the prophetic voice of the Methodist Church of Southern Africa. Though I also hold a different view on this, but I'm going to quote what they both are saying. The tension was quite evident during the apartheid era. The NG Kerk and other denominations found themselves very closely related to the ruling party and subsequently surrendered the prophetic voice in order to become the religious mouthpiece of the state for many years to come. The Methodist Church, although with great struggle, spoke against the actions and philosophies of the state and therefore became aligned with the struggle movement. With all the fall of apartheid and the rise to power by those in the struggle, a new relationship came into existence between the Methodist Church and the state. The struggle churches now run the risk of being the mouthpiece of the new dispensation, unquote. Bentley and Foster's observation implies that the Methodist Church may have compromised its prophetic voice by aligning too closely with the state. While this could be true under current circumstances, the historical context of the Methodist Church suggests otherwise. Throughout its history in South Africa, the Methodist Church has tended to be pietistic than prophetic, often expressing a divided voice. Nevertheless, there have always been individuals within the church who have risen to embody the prophetic voice of the institution. And I want to talk about the pulpit, or from the pulpit or the streets, rather. Since the advent of democracy in South Africa, many ordinary people, particularly the poor, homeless, and the disenfranchised, have filled church buildings in hopes of a miraculous transformation that will improve their lives. This phenomenon reflects what we term church theology, and it is characterized by sermons that cater primarily to the aspirations of the affluent and powerful. We've already spoken about the affluent and the powerful, while offering the impoverished, homeless, and marginalized assurance of an afterlife in heaven. Such a theology lacks a confrontational engagement with reality needed to challenge the status quo. Instead, it often seeks to convert, and I've used the word convert in brackets, or in inverted commas rather, with less fortunate to posture of submission towards the prevailing governmental powers. And I'll also talk about why I've used the word convert in inverted commas. I'll speak about it because I have a view that there never was any form of conversion, it's something else. For many years, the church was primarily focused on worship within its structured walls, often neglecting the well-being of the communities it serves. This may indicate either a misunderstanding of what it means to be prophetic or a deliberate choice to prioritize the pulpit over prophecy. Frequently, the church has concentrated on the afterlife, overlooking the significance of life after death. Conversely, Bosch advocates for a stance where the church, while avoiding direct involvement in party politics, it should still engage in matters concerning the governance of the state. Mabuza affirms the idea that the church must actively engage with political parties and political issues related to justice, compassion, and development. This type of involvement is timeless and places the church in a consistently prophetic role. During the apartheid era, the church had a clear agenda to collaborate with those seeking to dismantle an oppressive and undemocratic government. However, with the establishment of the new government, the church seemed to be at its weakest and appears to be less visible. New challenges now arise that require its attention and engagement. In a recent speech commemorating the 40th anniversary of the Kairos document, Frank Chikane reflected on the state of emergency that gripped South Africa during the 1980s and the 90s. He highlighted the widespread concern regarding individuals who could continue to attend church and worship amidst such turmoil, and with some even questioning whether churches should be closed. Chikane posed a thought-provoking question. How can we close the church? Does God cease to be present in times of crisis? He emphasized that the church services must continue, allowing people to worship God even in the face of volatility. This context ultimately attributed to the emergence of the Kairos document, which was not strictly a formal document or a formal academic work. The Kairos document served as a discernment of God's will rather than merely reflecting human desires. As the church is called to a higher purpose, consequently, priests and church leaders are not meant to fulfill God's task in isolation. In other words, ordinary people can basically lead the prophetic voice. Church leaders may follow. It does not necessarily have to be the church leaders who should be the ones initiating this. Now, the Kairos document was never formally produced. However, it was compiled collaboratively and shared with both mainstream and underground audiences, ultimately serving its role as a prophetic message. What about the prophetic theology as the cradle of reality? I need to talk about that. The Latin American theologians developed liberation theology, which was the foundation for prophetic theology within that context. This unique doctrine redefined church's mission, emphasizing not only the preparation of worshipers for the afterlife, but also liberation and improvement of people's lives. The Latin American church recognized its pivotal duty to address the daily concerns of its congregants and spoke out emphatically against poverty and inequality and in support of those fighting oppressive regimes. Many of those who were prophetic voice of the poor had to pay with their lives. Liberation theology emerged as a powerful movement likened to rebels storming and conquering a citadel. In South Africa, this theology evolved into what we know as Black theology of liberation, drawing inspiration from the Black consciousness movement. Its roots can be traced back to the United States, where James Cone wrote extensively on the subject. Furthermore, figures such as Desmond Tutu, Alan Busak, Smangaliso Mkachwa, Manas Buthelezi, Simon Maimela, and many other religious leaders were tireless advocates of Black theology of liberation, infusing urgency and passion into the struggle against apartheid during their era. Unquestionably, South Africa is a deeply religious nation. Although it is constitutionally designated as a secular state, many citizens continue to seek guidance from their church ministers, pastors, and rabbis. It is curious, however, that the church, along with other religious institutions, have largely remained silent or muted concerning the societal issues we face today. There are many, or there may be a prevailing sentiment that now that apartheid has been relegated to history, the church has chosen to either step back or act as cheerleaders of the new leadership. I've already spoken about that earlier on. The church's prophetic voice is more essential now than ever. In light of recent political changes, the plight of the poor has only intensified, and the voiceless are becoming increasingly marginalized. Recently, Thabo Makgoba, or Archbishop Thabo Makgoba, used his Easter sermon to condemn the prevailing kleptocracy and other societal issues. It is crucial for the church to regain its voice and advocate boldly for the millions who cannot speak out for themselves. I now want to talk about what characterizes the prophetic voice. The prophecy is not concerned with foretelling or predicting an individual's future through methods like palm reading or divinations. Instead, prophecy should be grounded on biblical analysis and spiritual insight. It is essential for prophecy to maintain a clear stance, leaving no room for compromise when addressing the evils present in society. This approach does not shy away from taking firm positions. It is unapologetic in its side taking or in taking sides, standing not against individuals, but against the injustices and unjust structures that exist. Mabuza has quoted scriptural texts, especially from Ephesians chapter 6, verse 12, to continue saying that the church is not against the individuals, but is against the unjust and the injustices taking place. And I quote that scriptural text of Ephesians chapter 6, verse 12, where he says, "For we are not contending against the flesh and blood, but against the principalities, against the powers, against the world rulers of this present darkness, against the spiritual host of wickedness in the heavenly places." Unquote. The text essentially conveys that prophetic church should be characterized by its ability to read the signs of the times. The question is the church reading those signs today, the current church? And serving as a continuous call to action. Prophecy invites repentance, conversion, and transformation. A prophetic church must be confrontational while also emphasizing hope. In its prophetic role, the church should be both practical and pastoral, denouncing sin while announcing the promise of salvation, and doing so without fear or favoritism. The defining characteristic of prophetic church is its commitment to speaking truth to power, a stance that often comes at a significant personal cost. It must advocate for those who cannot advocate for themselves, embodying a voice rooted in the love of one's neighbor. Desmond Tutu articulates this beautifully, stating that it loves the sinner but condemns the sin. However, it is important to recognize that these qualities cannot always be expressed in harmony. Prophets emerged within the church to conduct vital analysis. The question at hand is whether the church is prepared to acknowledge its role when these individuals speak truth to power. Is the church aware that these prophets represent its legacy? In many ways, the church acts as an unintended incubator for prophets, often doing so reluctantly. Historically, whenever prophets have risen, they have typically done so from within the church's ranks. This phenomenon can be attributed to the church's diverse composition, encompassing individuals of varying socio-economic backgrounds, rich and poor, black and white, oppressed and oppressor are all members of the church. It is essential to recognize that the prophetic voice is never fully realized. It continuously evolves. Human nature tends to revert to the behaviors we claim to detest unless proper safeguards are in place. The prophetic voice must unequivocally affirm that not only are racism and oppression intolerable, but that any form of unjust and discriminatory oppression is unacceptable. And in concluding, I want to say yesterday, the current state president of South Africa left South African shores to engage with the American President Donald Trump in an effort to justify what has been said by the 49 immigrants. This is disturbing because there are pressing or core issues that needs more attention in the country than accounting to another country on petty matters. The church needs to take a serious task, and that it is how do we heal a broken spirit? And if you cannot mend, how do you heal a broken spirit if you cannot mend a broken body of the church? The task of the church is to remind the leaders of their primary duties and not allow itself to be dictated to by the state. It chooses to, the church is close to people than the state, because the state is working far from the people, and it is from the people that it is supposed to serve. Therefore, it's high time that the church should take its stand and not nurse the feeling of the individuals at the expense of a larger society. And I thank you, Chief.
Thank you so much, Professor Madise, for a beautiful historical background, but also for reminding us how the church's prophetic voice is essential right now, especially when Prof. Sekhalo earlier on said, Uyasha, the church needs to speak. And how do we heal, a broken spirit if we cannot mend a broken body of the church? Thank you so much for those. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been fed in this session, and now it is time for us to engage with the panel speakers and offer reflections or questions. I'll take the first round, which will be 3 people, and then we'll see how we go about that. Roaming mics, Mama Fugeng, please assist. They're not working. Yeah. The mics are not working, hence we're having roaming mics. I have one mic here. And please, when you are about to ask your question or comment, please just introduce yourself, who you are, and where you come from, as in your institution. Can I see the hands again? Okay. I saw Tsecho first. Sir, and then, yes, Hos. Ja, stap het terug en kan dan zo laat.
Nee, okay. It's okay. Dumelang. My name is Themba Ngcobo. I'm from Christian Spirituality Churches and Missiology from this institution, UNISA. I'm also a reverend in a congregation in Mamelodi. Amen.
Amen.
My question perhaps, or maybe a comment, goes to both the speakers, Reverend Molo and also Professor Madisa. There's a saying from the Dark Knight which says that it's either you die a hero or you live long enough to become a valiant that you once hated. I'm saying this because the phenomenon in the church and the prophetic voices within the history of the church has always been the church that is vulnerable. There was never a prophet that was celebrated by their own people and also was by the state. We see the church, the early church, how it thrived under persecution until the empire adopted the church and became the church of the state under the Empire Constantine. We also see the same with our heroes in the Black Theology of Liberation, Karius documents, when 1994 came, and then now they became the advocates of the new state. They even told us that Ubuntu would be the way for truth and reconciliation, which was also a solace to our own people. Cases were never attended to, and some of them, they even won Nobel Prize awards. So the question then, or the comment, until when, my beloved leaders, will we see our black politicians not as the enemies of our own societies? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tshegofatso Mosala, and I'm with the Chief Albert Luthuli Research Chair. So I thought I won't ask a question, but I had a burning desire to ask these questions to the speakers. So firstly, thank you so much for such an insightful and thought-provoking discussion on the church. As the speakers were speaking, I was reminded of the book of Ephesians chapter 4, verse 11, speaking on the fivefold of the church and the ministry that Christ left, which is on pastoring, prophesying, teaching, and evangelism. I stand to be corrected. With the Presbyterian Uniting Church of South Africa, we have what we call the Manual of Faith. And I'm not sure with the Methodist Church, I stand to be corrected, we have, is it the Laws and Discipline of the Methodist Church of South Africa, or the Methodist Book of Order? And I'm aware within these books, we have your baptism, confirmation classes, restoration classes, giving guides and directions on robing, pledges, and the Holy Communions. So I'm curious to find out, how do we then, in the Republic of South Africa, blend the Manual of Faith with the Constitution and our rights as the community or as church goers without infringing the rights of the young people in the country? And also, when we speak of African spirituality practices, how do we then reimagine theology in Africa when we do have the Orthodox, the Ethiopian Orthodox churches, your 12 tribes of Israel, Bobo Shanti, the African initiation churches like your Zion Christian churches, and your St. John's and your IPCC, and the charismatic Christian churches. So when we talk about theology, how do we then blend all churches without only focusing on one type or one structured church? Thank you.
Thank you. To Lerato. Lerato.
Thank you, Director, and I want to thank both of the speakers, which are interestingly coming from the Methodist tradition. So what I think maybe my question leans towards Prof. Madise has paper in essence of agreement, because I have the question for Rev Molo. Your closing statement is true. I agree. The academics, the African academics or the Black academics have failed as much as the politicians have failed. And I'm talking again about the Black African politicians. But in your statement, I wish you admitted that the church has failed to translate the Western spirituality into its doors and to make it applicable into the context that we live in currently in Africa. And I think this is important to be highlighted. Otherwise, Biko will not have been forced in his Black consciousness to deal with African spirituality and also Western spirituality, which is the Christianity. Because that's how Biko is. He's uxananazile in his cause. He engaged both the African spirituality and Western spirituality because we found ourselves colonized. I think the church it's important that they admit this. I know in the Methodist Church, we have these discussions. Perhaps we have a space where we can discuss them, because currently I don't know where that debate of Ukutwasa, and I would have loved, perhaps you have touched on this on your paper, because therefore what we really need to know as society is what the church, because in South Africa, people believe that if the priest said, doom yourself, you are going to be healed, or you are going to come out of poverty. So authority, whether we like it or not, it is not with the academics, even with the politicians. Authority lies with the church. And we have to admit this. In Prof. Madise's paper, I agree with you, Prof, but I think you've left the Rustenburg conference. Because for me, I do believe that Willie Jonker's paper in Rustenburg and Tutu's response to Jonker is what puts us in this context today. Without any apology from the Dutch Reformed Church, Jonker saying we don't need Black theology and political theology. In fact, he destabilized the whole Black revolution at Rustenburg, and Tutu took that without even questioning. And if we don't admit to this, because then the Rustenburg translate to the TRC, it is actually the church that decided what the TRC must be. That's why all the positions that were powerful were people from the church. Villavicencio, Alex Borain, Desmond Tutu, is it Dr. Mgojo? Most of those positions that were very important were the church, and that's why we say the TRC was a church. So I think we must admit to those two things. Thank you.
Thank you. I will give my speakers to just respond, and then we'll take the second round.
Thank you. I did not really get your question, Mapaloba, or was it a comment? But before I can ask you to maybe give just a brief, let me respond to the question from the lady at the top there. If there's one thing very interesting, you spoke about how can the different theologies be blended into one. I don't think it's possible to can actually say the different theologies of the churches should be blended into one. Remember, every church has its own doctrine, which speaks to its membership and which and also to its identity. Therefore, it makes it a bit difficult for one to say theologies from the different church backgrounds can be blended into one. However, I think it's important, especially within the context that we currently are advocating, the context of decoloniality, that churches need to really look at themselves and ask, in which context are we? How do our theologies respond to that context? Especially the context of decoloniality, where people are beginning to, and I think it will tally with what Dr. Kobe has just said in terms of looking at decoloniality. How do we bring in divinations and all of that? And what I can say is, some few years ago, I supervised a master's student who was writing on a church and the African divination. Very interesting topic. And this particular person asked a very critical question. Why is it that the church does not accept the African diviners? In return, I said to him, that question you are asking, go and ask African diviners, what is their view about the church? It cannot be one way, it has to be two-way. What is the church? What does the church, we know what has the church said about the African diviners. But what is the view of the African diviners towards the church? The response to that was quite an interesting one. The response was, many church members do subscribe to attending or maybe even submitting themselves to the African diviners. The irony is that they don't go during daytime. They go only at night. They only go at night because they don't want to be seen. Let's take that a little bit further. How many church priests go to the same diviners also at night? You see? So you need to be asking a question. Should the church close its doors towards diviners when inside the church you have people that actually subscribe to diviners? The answer was, the church should open the door. Interestingly, this very same student went to Botswana and found that in Botswana, churches have opened their doors, and in particular the United Congregational Church, your church, has opened its doors to the diviners. Because the question was, if God can allow one healer to be in the church, how come he cannot allow the other? The road to the same destination cannot be one. There are many roads leading to the same destination. Therefore, African diviners are part of that road to the same destination. What was the other question again? You also asked the question about the road to Rustenburg. I want to say the road to Rustenburg, Tutu might have missed something. But let's also think of the Dutch Reformed Church. You said it was, what was his name again? That Jonker. I don't think Jonker was speaking on behalf of the Dutch Reformed Church. He was speaking for himself as an individual. Because remember, the Dutch Reformed Church in 1985 had the Belhar Confession, the only church in South Africa that came with a statement of confession. Other churches have not done so. I mentioned your paper with Professor Foster, where you say the Methodist Church was a prophetic church. And I'm saying, in history, you can't find it anywhere where it says the Methodist Church was a prophetic church. But we talk about transformation. This is a church I know. And how many times have we spoken about transformation? We had the 1981 obedience, 81. We spoke about the journey to new land. And of course, the journey to new land, many people interpret it as transformation. My question is, transforming from what when we have not come up with a statement of confession? Look at the history of the church itself. And I'm only mentioning the Methodist Church because I'm familiar with, but other churches have gone through this. And I'm talking about mainland churches. The schisms that have happened in those denominations speak to issues of oppression, discrimination, dissatisfaction, of many other things that happened in the church. But only one church in South Africa has come out with a statement of confession. what is happening to other churches, that they have the power and authority to speak about transformation when they have not confessed to their sins. Is the church only pointing to the other to say, you are committing sin, but cannot see itself to be doing that? Hence, I'm saying the prophetic voice should not be friendly. It has to be confrontational, even to ourselves. The church is an incubator. I've said it in my document. It's an incubator of prophets. Others are those that have been before us and they've left the legacy, but we cannot afford to nurse their feelings. It's the church that should actually be confrontational, both to society, to government, and even to itself, to say, what is it that we are doing that is not right as a church? Thank you. Oh, yes. Yeah. Allegiance. Theologians. Okay. Okay, you don't trust theologians. He's one himself, you see.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Prof. The comment was, to summarize, I don't trust theologians because they've got the ability to enjoy the crusades and the wines, and they don't want to go back to the community, so we lose the prophetic voice. Then the question was, until when we as the church will start to begin to see our black leaders as the enemies of blackness, to sum it up, as the sellouts of the communities? Until when will we call the spade for a spade? Because this relationship that we are trying to make between us and the state is not working for us, not working for our own people as well. We live in societies where we see damages day to day that are caused by the states, and because it's our own people, we fail to hold them for what they are. That's the question. Until when, Prof?
Okay. I will not say until a certain period. Yes. Theologians are human beings. There are those that are vulnerable to be taken up or you use that word, be captured. But there are those that will actually stand their ground and say, I have been called. And in my calling, I'm not going to compromise. And I spoke about the prophetic voice not actually leaning towards compromising. It has to be confrontational. And I've just now said the church needs to look at itself also. The same theologians need to say, but what are we doing? How do you leave people behind? Remember, Jesus was a leader leading from behind and not in the front. Meaning, he had to struggle and he had to go through what everybody is going through. He was a son of a carpenter. He went onto the cross, taking with him the burdens that people were carrying. He had to go through the experience of being crucified. You spoke about church persecution earlier. And I'm happy that Reverend Molo spoke about the pre-Constantinian church and the post-Constantinian church. And possibly you should have also mentioned what the word ecclesia means. Because originally the word ecclesia means church, but not the church as we understand it today. It was a church where people would meet in a public space to discuss the problems that were, the teething problems that were affecting them, and to say, how do we solve these things? Hence, the Kairos document, I said, it was never a formal document nor an academic document, but this was a document that was created by ordinary people on the streets. They had taken the church out of, or they have taken the word of God out of the pulpit into the streets to say, here we are. The question that Frank Chikane asked, do we need to close the church when the situation is volatile? And the answer was, we can't close the church in a situation when it is volatile, because God is not going anywhere in a volatile situation. God is there. The church must be there. People must worship, even in a volatile situation. Therefore, it is incumbent upon the theologians, even the ministers, to always listen to ordinary people and say, what is it that they are saying? Because there's a lot of theology from ordinary people that they are saying. The problem is we want to put theology within the confines of the university walls. We need to take it out of that and go into the ordinary grounds and say to people, what is it that we can say? The lived experiences themselves actually constitute a theology. The question is, how do we coin a theology that will speak to those lived experiences? I raised the question of the voices, especially dating back from the 14th or to the 14th and 15th century Reformation, that were echoing that the church needs to reform. Currently, even in South Africa, how many voices do we have echoing that the government has neglected its own people? And it's time that the church, or it's time that something should happen. Others have been asking for a civil society to come forth and say, how then do we mobilize and speak to the government or even confront the government in engaging? And in this confrontation, nobody's hating one another. We're addressing the issues, teething problems that we are faced with as a society. We can't afford to have a society that is made up mainly of people who are poor, unemployed, people without homes or homeless people, and many other factors that are there. So it's important that the very same theologians should not think of themselves. Otherwise, they are not called. They came into a wrong field by mistake. Maybe somebody next door was called, but the other one responded to the call.
Thank you very much. As I looked at Professor Madise, I just remembered what his dad would have said the longer he stood here. His dad would have told him, Fetsa Mshiman, Fetsa Mshiman. There are many things that are being said here that I just want to, in summary, say. Firstly, when we grew up as a young activist, we had a wonderful poster. The poster was an image of the church, and then there were things that were pulling it. And the catch line was, the church is a site of struggle. The church is a site of struggle. I want to go further and also remind you that the text itself is a site of struggle. This whole idea of thinking that we are going to have a purely, clearly, consistently, ever prophetic church is not rooted in history. It is rooted in our own wishes and imagination. The reality of the church is that the church lives in contradiction and paradoxes as it searches to be true to what God has called it to be. And therefore, it lives with that consistent pulling and throwing. The most powerful in society don't have time now, but there are people who study the transformation of the God who liberates in Egypt to the God who defends the house of David. How that becomes such a metaphor for how the powerful in society can hijack the liberation narrative in order to domesticate God as the God who defends the real house rather than defending the people. If you've got time, please go and read the works, that book that we always like talking about, The Wretched of the Earth. And when people say, every generation has got whatever, I want you to read chapter 3, which calls The Pitfalls of Nationalism, where Frantz Fanon talks to us about how the new elites in the newly liberated countries arrogate unto themselves the meaning of the revolution and retell the story of the revolution as a way to make the community, the people, always grateful for the leadership. So how those in society give unto themselves in the shaping of the narrative, in the telling of the story of liberation, how they reinforce themselves as heroes, if not as heir of the heroes who've done that, and how society must be grateful for that. So let us try and make sure that we do not do. Even the history of South African church is quite a very interesting one, because sometimes we essentialize epochs. We make an epoch a define of everything throughout history. Yet an epoch is an epoch, and that epoch develops from a previous epoch. So the stories of prophetic ministry are not going to be consistent in their radicality, because the next phase of radical action is born by the previous phase of discontent and disquiet. And in the discontent and disquiet, new imaginations emerge. Umkhonto wesizwe does not emerge outside of the commitment of Luthuli for the works around nonviolent action. It is only in that contradiction of nonviolent action, its potency and its ability to move the oppressor into different ways of doing. So you can't say Mandela is more radical than Sol Plaatje, because if you erase Sol Plaatje from Mandela, you are creating a dislocated figure, which is not historically connected. So when we try and understand all these things, let us try and make sure that we know the continuum and the disconnects that allows us to engage on these things. So I'm just raising that to say, let us have a perspective of history rather than a certain moment in history, because we'll then end up judging people based on developments that are born in their own struggles and their own sacrifices. So I just want to say that as a starting point to engage with that. The issue around, Dr. raised the issues around ukutwasa and don. I didn't think I want to take over this space and bring Methodist issues into this space in that generalized sense, because I quite am aware as a Methodist. But I'm also aware that we must have a historical view of these matters. This issue has continuously been. Ike Miagezi was a Methodist minister, grappled with these things. Gabriel Sitilwane even was more radical than anything that we know of right now. Because Gabriel Sitilwane even argued, he even said, he has a Tswana suit expression, modimo ki mutu, mutu ki modimo, as a way of engaging these realities of Africans' imagination and perspective. My view on these things as we try to liberate ourselves is the truth that says, I sometimes get frustrated when we substitute the substantive with the ritual. When we fall into the trap of making the ritual the substantive. And because we make the ritual the substantive, we are caught in the conversation about the ritual rather than the substantive, what it means to live in these realities where we talk about liberation for ourselves. So how do we make sure that we transcend? And it's not a new thing, even a Christian church, isn't it? The conversation about baptismal. Here's a conversation that sometimes can be bogged into the ritual itself rather than the substantive. In other words, we do not connect with what it represents. We connect with what is physically before us. And that can easily lock us into categories of conversations that are not transformative. Because what we try to do then, we try to prove that our ritual is better than others' ritual. And that doesn't help in the transformation, in the liberative thing. The second part of that is to have the reality, as you say, Prof. Pulling. It is, I am also, and I'm going to say this here because I'm amongst academics, I am very, very uncomfortable with the sanctification of African tradition, which makes it beyond critique. No, I'm not saying that's what you do. I'm saying I'm comfortable when people do that. You might say you don't do that. Because I've seen spaces where we put African tradition and development in a deep freeze. And because it is put in that deep freeze, all we do, we take it from them and put it in the microwave. And then when it's warm enough, we take it out. I'm also very careful of people who use African identities and imagination as a tool, as a weapon, rather than allowing themselves to be engaged, rather than allowing the conversation to be one that says, my tradition is open to critique. Yes, it's been critiqued unfairly before, but I do know its power lies not in its inability to engage with critique, but in its ability to navigate criticism without losing its essence, without losing what it is. So how do we then engage with that? The last thing I want to say, as Mfundi said there, it is around, I raise this issue of church deliberately here, because you're quite correct. In the townships, in the places where we worship, Mfundisi is the head, you're quite correct. But where will that model be critiqued if it's not here? Where will it be critiqued? Where are we going to generate imagination and possibilities that makes us think differently, that makes us go home and say to ourselves, Umfundisi is a nice person, but he is not God. So because we need to generate these conversations here. And I'm saying that because in the true sense of struggle, in the true sense, I don't know whether we have engaged the Latin American experience. By the time the bishops met in Medellin for the work that they do, the workers in the favelas, the teachers, as Paulo Freire will put them, allow them to gather and say, here is the scripture. Let's theologize, not in a professionalized setting. Let us ask the question, what is God? Who is God for us right here? And they began to develop conceptions that speak to what does God mean when you don't have food? What does God mean when you have no protection? What does God mean when you try your level best to pray hard as you can? You try your level best to sacrifice, but ultimately your poverty is moved from you to your next children, and your grandchildren are living that poverty. Then they begin to say to themselves, there must be a system that makes it difficult for us to break this poverty. And then in those small groups, they began then to infuse their imagination into the broader church. So by the time the bishops met in Medellin, there was a movement on the ground. I know it because I know this truth. Oscar Romero, his radical prophetic stance is not produced by the Catholic teaching. It is produced by the discomfort and uneasiness of ordinary people in El Salvador. And he lives in that reality of those people. They make a moderate guy who was a moderate priest. They make him a radical guy who gets killed while dispensing Holy Communion, because he connected with the cries of the people who made them. My intellectual heroes, Cornel West says, I like what he says. He says, great leaders are made by movements. If you have no movements, he says, remember, every leader is a contested person. If you don't contest the leader, you are leaving the leader into the hands of those who wants to influence the leader. So how do we make sure that our black brothers and sisters who serve in public spaces do not betray us? By keeping them close to the ground, by keeping them close to the fire, by not giving them a blank check, by saying to ourselves, we are going to contest you. We are going to push you to greatness. Barack Obama failed to be a great leader. Do you know why? because black people were mesmerized by his rise to power, whilst white people were telling him what to do. They told him what to do to the point that he even didn't refer to Martin Luther King Jr. He just referred to this young black priest who once came to Washington. Because we do not contest our leaders. Prophets are made prophets when we contest them. We don't give up on them. We don't fold our arms on them. Because if we do so, the powerful in society will contest them. I want to go back to the point I made earlier on. Ramaphosa is not your major problem. He is a problem, but it's not your major problem. Your major problem are the oligarchs behind him. Your major problem are the plutocrats behind him. Your major problem is the media. I didn't talk about that. Your major problem is the media, because the media is a carrier of stories. It's a transmitter of values. It's a transmitter of imaginations. When you let go of the media, when you do not ask your poets, Achille Mbembe writes beautifully that part of the powerful African experience of Christianity is to allow the poetics of Christendom to infuse the imagination of the nation. He talks about how the story of birth, persecution, crucifixion, and resurrection becomes a wonderful imagination of the renewal of the continent. And he says, the priest without the poet is unable to change the world. And how then we do those things as we work together. We can go and sit in a minute.
Yanyuka ingeko. As I promised that we'll have a second round, but please note that we are eating on our comfort break. So I kindly ask that we ask brief questions. I'll take 3. The second round. Can I see hands, please? Okay, I see Usisi. Roland, I see you. I'm seeing 2 hands. Thank you. The mic, please. You having a hand? Oh, Professor. Next to Dr. Lerato.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Program Director, and thanks to all the speakers. I am called Her Royal Highness Princess Lona, daughter of Kgoshi Raphahlelo, raised by King Bongani III, Stlogolo sa ga Kgoshi Machaka. And I am the chairperson of Gauteng TLS, which is Traditional Leader Sector under Civil Society. I've heard civil society being spoken about. I'm told that we are into democracy. And my argument is we are in democracy, not democracy, because we were taught as Abantu, Ubuntu-cracy. And that's not what we are practicing. You know, my great-grandfather, Kgoshi Letheba Machaka, when we have outbreaks, when we don't have rain, when we have social ills, sorry, Program Director, he used to call the churches. He used to summon the prophet. He used to call Manganga. He used to bring community leaders and those who are seers to come and assist. But right now, we don't see that. because nobody believes in the churches. We have a serious challenge. Otherwise, Happy Africa Month, the ones that we don't observe as South Africa. You know, the church is supposed to build the community, but we see more divorce, we see more social ills, and we see more churches mushrooming. And I'll go back to you, Prof. Pule. Thanks for the invite. Where is the church? I've been told that we are 95% spirituality and 5% of physicality. But we focus on feeding the physical body and the physical needs more than the spiritual needs. The church is supposed to be the home or the host of the spiritual guidance. When children and mothers and those who lost their families and their husbands, it's supposed to be a safe home. But when they get to churches right now, they get raped. And people are released just like that because they have power. And which is the physical power? Goes back to my panels to say, where is the church when we have so much social ills in our community? Where is the safety? Is the church the money-making machine? Or is the church supposed to be a safe house for those who are crying? The shoulder to cry on when we have death in the families. Where is the church, my panelist? When we're facing the injustice in our community, when we are putting people that are that's why we have so many mushrooms. Everywhere you find a residential area, there should be a mushroom so that the people can be captured. Are we still in the right track, or should we go back to the basics? Should we trust the churches, or should we go back to the sangomas? I don't know what is a sangoma, but I've heard that it is the song of the saints. Ingoma yamasen. That's what I heard. So I've been told by my grandmother, Ngwakwana Chaka, that engaging in sexual intercourse, it's spiritual. So every man that I engage with, I carry the spirit in the womb. Where one day, after maybe 40 years, when I'm done with my academics, I'll realize that I want to get married and have a child. And all those spirits, they'll get attached to the body. Does the church teaches that?
Well, guys, thank you. Thank
you
you
very much.
Roland? A brief question, Roland, please.
Good morning. My name is Emmanuel Roland. I'm with the Chief INKOSI Albert LUTHULI'S. Please, I'll give two questions, but I'll start with the commentary, then the question, commentary, then the question. South Africa, according to the 2022 census, are 62 million people, and 83.5% of that number identify as Christians. What that means is that if I just oppose it to the first speaker's definition of the church, it then means He said the church is not the building. And so South Africa is the church. 85.3% identify as Christians. That shows that the church has power to effect change in the society. Now, I want to bring that as against Professor Madise's statement. Correct me if I'm wrong. You did say that it is not necessarily the leaders that should bring that prophetic voice, but the people can lead, or the people can push, and then the leaders will follow. I am disagreeing with some examples, and I want to follow it up with a question to say, why the leaders are responsible to push the prophetic voice of the church. And a good example is Chief INKOSI Albert Luthuli, a pastor, moved to being a teacher, moved to be a community chief, and then also moved to be a politician, and all to push that voice of let my people go. So what are the pastors doing today? Are they standing up to speak that same prophetic voice of let my people go? Isn't the pastors, I think the pastor should lead. So that's my argument. And so I would like him to respond to that, to say, why will the people lead when the pastors, why would the people push the prophetic voice when the pastors are the ones to push? We see people are so glued to their pastors, they believe their pastors to the point that they can even eat grass if their pastor says so. So if the church is silent, it is because the pastors are silent. Going to my second question, which is, the number is there, 85.3%. Why are the pastors not speaking to their members to go into politics, to go into business, to go into academic spaces? Because the scripture says, if the righteous rule, the people will rejoice. So why are we not push as pastors? Sorry, as pastors you are, why are you guys not pushing this narrative of people going into those spaces? Why making people feel like they cannot be community leaders, take chieftaincy titles? Again, why are the pastors not really trying to address the ills of the society? What are the pastors doing about inequality, poverty, discrimination, xenophobia? What are the pastors' voice? Why is it so silent? Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Marshall. I think they're not working. Oh, they are. Director. Levels. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I just wanted to give two quick comments around the two captures that I've highlighted in my welcome address, which of course partly you couldn't agree with. The first one is the capture of the cross, that we have captured the cross, and the outcome of it is the theatrics and the gimmicks around it, which in the end does not provide us with the liberative framework to be able to respond as a church now, as transformative agency, to ensure that our people's well-being is taken good care of. I think the best image we get is that of look for the agenda of Christ and Matthew 25, when he starts to somehow judge us as a church, whether we are a true or false church. We are judged by the fact that whether we were there or not for the poor, when they are hungry, when they are in prison, where they are. So that's the kind of critique that I think I agree with Takatso Mufokeng when he says we are stuck with the cross and forget the standing Christ who is fighting for justice, for social transformation, for issues around social cohesion. So that's and in terms of the capture of the pulpit, I think me and you have been schooled from the Western tradition. And the Western tradition has always pushed the agenda of monologue. If you go to the independent churches and see how they work around the word, you will discover that there is Ubuntu there. We share the pulpit. And that's where we should drive this thing until such time that we are able to share the pulpit over against the Western hegemony, which is captured by one man. So if we share the pulpit and we start to open dialogue, which is what I'm also trying to do in my space, but to show that this thing is captured, immediately when you say, oh, this Sunday, I'll just do a bit of reflection and then invite some of the members to come and form a panel so that we can engage on one critical social matter. Then you have members who are saying, no, but this is not how we do things. They are expecting me to still preach for an hour. They are fine with that. But when I say, come, let's have a conversation, they say no. So that's the kind of capture that I was referring to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Prof, I will leave it there. We will have tea someday. And because all I argue for is nuance. That's all I argue for. It is nuance. Funny enough, on Sunday at my church where I was on Bland, we had a conversation. We read scripture and they shared scripture amongst themselves. And then we had conversations about what they're finding in scripture. We talked, we engaged. Obviously, they still ask Mfundisi, what is your thought on this one? So it's part of that. So the issue for me is not that, it's just nuance. And the absoluteness of the language, like capture. You know, I mean, we live in that space where when you say capture, the language sounds absolute, as if charisma is not part of being Christian. Luthuli did preach. He did preach Luthuli. So it's just to make sure that we do that. The cross one, I don't see any disconnect between standing for justice and the cross. It's one of the same story. It is the price you pay for justice and love and transformative presence. And therefore, for me, when you're in, you can't rise. I don't know your commitment to justice until you face death itself. I don't know your commitment. It's easy to fight for justice when you're guaranteed of resurrection, guaranteed of victory. Those things we can talk about, Prof, when we've got time. The reason why he's going to conclude, he's the professor, he's more wiser than me, so I'm just coming here to do two things. The first thing is to respond to a point that was raised earlier on, and I forgot to do that. In my intervention, I did say the church is complicit. I didn't I say that? Yeah, I did say the church is complicit. And the church can't speak professionally, prophetically,
unless it is willing to find its own weakness and confess. That I did say. So my argument about Scripture has always been, Scripture is not meant for those outside of the church. Or not even for those ones outside of the church. For me, the Scripture is meant for those inside. I always tell people, if you want God to be nice with you, remain a sinner. once you say you're back in, no, then the scales change. But anyway, let's leave that for a second. So I want to say that, try to say that. Where is the church? That's always a difficult question to ask, to answer. Because I think we're looking for one church voice somewhere. I can tell you as a matter of fact, I have been in Reverend Heidi's church in El Dorado Park. They know her. They know when things are tough. Does I do many? Ons kan vaar met haar praat, and they go and talk to her. And they engage her. So when we say, I've been in Professor Kobo's church here in Mamelodi. Gentile, who's here? Remember, Gentile was even famous. He was liked by influencers. Remember when Gentile stood up with there was flood, isn't it? So when we say, where is the church? We probably might have to kind of contextualize that question. Because if we don't contextualize it, we are looking for this amorphous thing called the church that is going to come up there. So we probably need to do that. What I'm willing to concede, and you're quite correct, I'm a Methodist. Now I'll own being Methodist. I'm a little bit sick and tired of the corrupt being shown to be Methodist. I am really, when you've got this person who's corrupt and somehow they're going to find a picture of her wearing into your mama, and then you get the copy and say, see your people. Part of the critique that I have for the church, we have failed on the basic challenge of being church, which is formations of people. We have been successful in getting our churches chock-a-block. We have been successful in gathering. We failed dismally in formation. We have mistaken the noise to be spirituality. We have mistaken the crowds to be divinity. And we haven't formed people. Because we haven't formed people, we've got bad politicians. By the time Luthuli becomes president of the ANC, he has been formed by the church. The crisis we face in our country, we've got politicians and business people who emerge in the quest for power. I'm going to say this, this is the last time I'm going to say it. When the minister in presidency made the statement, we are going to smoke them out. Remember that statement? I only asked one question. How old is she? And I was given the age. It's got nothing to do with age now. But I immediately said, if you remember, then Kunu came back and Kunu changed the language, remember? I said, when you are born or you emerge in the politics of power, rather than in the politics of shaping a new society through struggle, you do not know the connection to the human condition. Because in your mind, politics is about gaining power. And because we as the church failed society, we've got the kind of politicians that we have. We have not even, in many churches, even begun to ask the basic question, what is the theology of public service? We haven't even asked that question. What is the theology of public service? What is the spirituality of public service? We allow our members to be formed by a political party in their consciousness of public service, rather than us shaping them, so that we offer to the country LUTHULI. We offer to the country Walter Sisulu. We offer to the country Dube. We offer to the country Sol Plaatje. People who have already been formed. The politics, therefore, is not a theater for the ego. It is a platform to serve. And if you're going to be prophetic, we're not only prophetic in the accesses or the west of society, we need to be prophetic in the formation of society. Churches now must ask the question, what are we doing to form public servants? What are we doing? Because that public servant stands between the indignity of your mother and my mother. And if we do not form them, why are we surprised? Let me go sit down. I don't want to be political. Do you remember when things were tough in this country and we wanted things to happen? Do you remember what Gwede Mandasha said? Remember that? He said there is no conscience in the ANC. And now I'm going to translate that into Xhosa. Akukho sazela. And do you know what that means in Xhosa? When they say you are not sazela, you are dead. You are dead. So if politicians take away the conscience of our people, what are we depositing as a church to the conscience of our people? Because ultimately, what will stop anybody being corrupt is not access to the possibility of corruption. It is who they are when they're on their own. And if we're not able to shape that as a church, we are failing this society. And when corruption is rampant, don't be surprised. And therefore, when my brother was speaking there, he said, let the pastor lead. I nearly said, that's good news to Omotoso. Because the underlying assumption that the pastor is a righteous person is the very danger that makes our people susceptible to abuses of pastors. So when we say, lead, pastor, lead, hey, Lumgani Banbingu.
Yeah, I think your question already has been answered by Reverend Molo here, because I was going to say, when I said people should lead, should actually initiate and lead, the ministers or the church leaders should come behind. Remember, church leaders have offered themselves as ministers, and maybe we need to also underline the word ministry. What does the word ministry mean? It's a pity that in South Africa, now that politicians are using this word, it's been used loosely. Not even to understand what does the word minister mean. The word minister means a servant, the one that you've been talking about. You need to be serving people. And it's very interesting to see in South Africa when we go towards election time, how many people submit their names, not in the name of servitude, but in the names of status, money, and power. And these are the instruments that we have created such that people end up idolizing them. And it's very dangerous. Hence I say, if people lead and you come in as what we would refer to as a church leader, your purpose is not to go there and lead, but to serve what people say you should lead them on. You go in there, you facilitate what they want to see happen. You organize so that there's no disorder in with regard to the quest that people are actually looking for. And then you also, I think it was you spoke about Ubuntu-cracy as well as democracy. I think the church, we allowed the church, or the church has allowed itself, and Robert Molo, you'll correct me if I'm wrong on this one. I think people that join ministry these days don't join ministry because they are called. Earlier on, I spoke about it. Some of them joined the ministry, and I remember when I was at the seminary, Dr. Gubule called me. I was a student who was not even in the church, rather not in the church, but not offering for ministry. I've never offered for the ministry. And he asked me, why are you in the seminary? Because this is for people who are studying to become ministers. And I said to him, I think I would like to become a theologian, to go and help others to be theologians, even if some of them want to become ministers. And he said, what about a career? I said, there's a problem with a career. How many ministers join the ministry simply because they are running away from unemployment? So ministry has been turned into a career to make money. Not because people want to go there to serve. Now translate that into political ministry. People become ministers not because they want to serve. They run away from unemployment. How many people in politics are in a tug of war as to, if I remove this one, I come in? And the one who's in the position says, if I go out, I lose out on the benefits. It's a tug of war. This is where the church should come in and say, no, wait. Let us address what ministry is. Now, this is where the whole issue of Ubuntu-cracy and democracy comes in, to say, are we really having, for me, the ministry I'm talking about of the servitude becomes the ministry of Ubuntu. You go in to serve. You empty yourself to go and serve. It's not about you. But the one that goes in there, having exploited the situation of making money, is actually going there not to create a space for democracy, but is creating a space for democracy. In a sense that at the end of the day, that person is likely to say to people, by the way, I'm the one in position, you are not. Now that person has begun to idolize the position. And instead of really saying, I am here to serve. The question of the captured cross and the captured pulpit, Professor Mashao, I'm not so sure about the captured cross. I mean, the passing away of the Pope made me think otherwise. I said, you know, the first 3 popes of the Catholic Church were black people. And then well over 2,000 years, we've never seen a pope coming from within the African context. And the first question I asked myself was, which color of the skin is holier than the other? The white one or the black one? Who actually submits the souls of the people before God? The holier or the unholier? The global world today, and we can talk even about what I did mention about Trump here. We can talk about what is it that President Trump wants to achieve. He was currently in the Middle East, hoping that he was going to make some deals. He was disappointed that it didn't happen. Then he even mentioned that he was disappointed. The real reason was that this is a kind of a leader who is not there to serve, but who is there to benefit. And wanting to get the whole world to understand that the power that lies within his hands can control the world. How then do we say, let's move from the cross that Trump is trying to create, from the cross that we want to see, that people should bow under? The cross is up there. If it's the body of Trump, should we really look at that cross? For me, it's not. Look at the cross that says, serve the world. The world, a lot of time people say, the world is my oyster. We live in this world to leave a legacy behind, but it should be a good legacy. The children that I leave behind should actually be able to drink from the well that I have created. But if I create a world full of evil, then I've misled the entire world. Where is the church? A number of times when people are going through difficult times, some of them would even ask, where is God? Isn't this question tantamount to where is God? Most of the time, the church is everywhere. The only problem is we've been orientated into the Western perspective of understanding the church to be within the four walls with a pulpit in front. Maybe it's time that we should also demolish the pulpit and not have a church that has a pulpit, especially the one within the four walls. And have a church where a minister can be right in the middle and be able to speak to people, having to go 360 degree and look at them and say, let us talk. Because if we have a church like this one where I'm standing, I'm in the front, chances are that everybody wants to listen to me. Nobody wants to engage. But if it's a church, and this is my view, where there's no pulpit, I'm right in the center, I'm able to ask questions, I'm able to raise issues. People are able to ask questions, raise issues, we debate, we engage. And I like that model that you say we should follow. Gone are the days when there should be a monologue. And I've said it before that the Bible, for me, is not the word of God. But I can hear the word of God from the Bible. Because if you had to tell me that the Bible is the word of God, it means the last full stop of Revelation means God stopped talking. And that was it. Because God continues to talk even today. So God is beyond the Bible. God has gone beyond the Bible. The lived experiences are the experiences that actually speaks to us. That says God is in action. Therefore, the church needs to be in action. And the church needs to address the social ills, economic and political. Therefore, the church cannot afford to be silent and not say anything. As I said earlier on, it has to be confrontational. Reverend Molo, you need to be confrontational. Don't go and beg people and say, can I come and talk to you? Simply say to the person, what is happening is wrong. I don't hate you as my brother or as a sister. I hate...
The Minister of Education. I'm joking.
Yeah, no. No, but what I'm saying, because even what you are saying basically speaks to how do we prophesy to those that are in power. The cost of actually being prophetic is very expensive. There's a book that Alan Busak wrote. He says, if this is treason, I am guilty. So if the church can be prophetic and seem to be causing treason, then the state must arrest the church. That's the cost of what prophecy is all about. How many people have been killed for being prophetic? So being prophetic is not a comfortable position. It's very expensive. And if you live with that, then you must be prepared even to tell your family, I have chosen a path that is too expensive and costly. Tomorrow, I may not be with you. That's the cost of prophecy. And the church has to take that stand. The fact that Jesus had to actually hang on the cross and die was the cost of his prophecy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Inkonzo Aipumi, usually when we joke around black churches, for instance, we say the church doesn't go out, and I can see my professors and Rev here want to do Inkonzo Aipumi. But we really thank you so much for your servant leadership, where you've prepared and taken us seriously. Rev Molo, I know that your time is very, I caught you off guard when we were talking that please come here, but you were able to move around your schedule. So we really appreciate you. And Prof. Marise, we really do appreciate you. And for the robust conversation that we are having. I'd like to now ask Prof. Sekgalo to come and front as we offer gifts to our speakers. And also, as we conclude this session, would like the speakers to do join us for a group photo outside. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, cool. Colleagues, we are having a 10 minutes comfort break. We are having a 10 minutes comfort break, and then we come back. Please do still join us. There's another session that is coming up. We will be having Prof. Fundi Swakobo taking us through the second theme. Thank you. We will be coming back and starting at 12:30. currently serving as the clerk of the Tshwane Presbytery and a part-time minister in Mamelodi East Church. She is an ecumenist and a resource person for Council for World Mission and the World Council of Churches and the South African Council of Churches. Mfundisi Kobo.
Is it okay now? Yes, thank you so much. Yes, good afternoon, colleagues. I just said, we were just chatting now with Prof. Bentley that it's always wise to, when you are a pastor, it's wise to stick to the script, because if you move, then the spirit takes over. And then you speak for 2 hours, and then people can't really say anything because you are wearing a collar. That's what happens in the church. So I'm gonna really try not to move, but let me acknowledge our Deputy Executive Dean, Professor Mashao, and the Chief Albert Luthuli Research Chair, Professor Khalo, my school director, Prof. Madise, and also my former boss, Professor Onyancha, who's leading the Office of Graduate Studies and Research in the college, our esteemed ecumenical guests, colleagues, students, sisters, and brothers, greetings. And I also want to appreciate, Prof, this opportunity to participate in this symposium under the theme, the RDP of the Soul, INKOSI, Albert LUTHULI'S Faith in Action and Reclaiming the Church's Prophetic Role. It is such a privilege to have been requested to share my contributions on the sub-theme, Mangisondele uwena Nkosi, Manyano as a spiritual and political force in African Christianity. Firstly, this sub-theme evokes the importance of hymns and songs in our history of revolution as symbols of struggle and hope, and their ability to draw people's attention to the moral dimensions of the messages raised in the songs and the broader revolutionary struggle. This also resonates with the insights from the statement drafted by the Ecumenical Association of Third World Theologians, the ETWOT, at their third General Assembly in 1992 in Nairobi, where they say, in our struggle, we best in songs. The hymn, Mangisondele kuwena Nkosi, draw me nearer to you, Lord. It captures this yearning. It is a spiritual cry that has echoed through generations of struggle, embodying both lament and hope. So I will be using this hymn more like a refrain that carries the soul through lament and liberation in parts of the sections of this paper. Now, this theme of the symposium, firstly, is both timely and theologically urgent because it calls us to reflect deeply on the soul of the church in a time marked by widening inequality, spiritual fatigue, and moral disorientation. As Busak reminds us, INKOSI LUTHULI'S faith was not ornamental, it was defiant, rooted in the liberating power of the gospel. This paper draws on two vital theological frameworks: Black theology of liberation and womanist theology. Black theology insists that God is found among the oppressed, and that theology must speak from the underside of history. Womanist theology, grounded in the lived realities of Black women, challenges both racial and gendered exclusions in theological discourses. So together, these frameworks center Black and African agency, memory, and resistance as sacred sources of theological knowledge. Now, as the hymn pleads, even in troubles, Lord, I can rejoice. So too does Black and womanist theology insist on joy and resistance amid suffering, because this is not a theology of escape that you are thinking about today, but of engagement, a drawing near to God through the fire of struggle. So I'll just select some few key areas of reflection. The first one would be Black theology and the prophetic root of Mañano. Then I'll look at interrogating liberation, faith, reason, and ideological dissonance. And then I will look briefly at womanist theology, contradictions, captivity, and the crisis of Mañano. And then reclaiming the prophetic role of Mañano, a theological reflection. And then we'll offer unconcluding reflections on Mangisondele, Kuwena Nkosi, a faith that liberates. Vianney Velam defines Imanyano as, I quote, uncoerced cultural sites which give expression to the marginalized values of the Black masses. Now, this definition reframes Imanyano not simple as religious gatherings, but as spaces of cultural, spiritual, and political resistance. Now, according to Velam, the very name Mañano reflects a deep yearning for unity among Black Africans, communities fractured by missionary agendas and colonial domination. Now, these spaces emerged in a context where Black people had been stripped of political, economic, and cultural agency in a society where colonial violence had closed nearly every avenue for self-expression. The religious sphere became one of the few remaining places where Black communities could assert their humanity and dignity. This is especially significant when viewed against the backdrop of colonial wars, particularly the defeat of the AmaXhosa, which symbolized the broader subjugation of Black South Africans. Now, the colonial advance from Cape Town into the interior was not merely a military conquest, it was also a spiritual and cultural invasion. The Christian order, introduced in my case by Scottish missionaries, especially within the Presbyterian tradition that I belong to, was deeply entangled with colonial structures. Now, Basil Moore offers a sobering reflection when he says, while the white colonists were busy with the process of robbing the people of their land and their independence, the churches were busy, however, unconsciously undermining the will of the people to resist. Now, this theological betrayal helps explain why Mañanos emerged as counter spaces, not merely just devotional gatherings, but acts of resistance and reclamation of African dignity and spiritual agency. Velam argues by the late 19th century, then Black South Africans had already begun to develop distinct forms of Christian worship from the pioneering ministry of Tiosoga. He says, the first Black South African to be ordained to the rise of the Ethiopian movement and African-initiated churches. There was a theological and liturgical divergence from Western missionary Christianity. And then Tinyiko Maluleke observes then these were churches, the ones that I've just mentioned, initiated and sustained by Africans without the direct sponsorship, theological or material, by churches in the West. Now, Velam in 2018 situates in his work Imanyano now within this broader ecclesial trajectory. He sees the church sodalities as a continuation of Black ecclesial imagination. Despite their internal contradictions, Manyanos are interpreted through the lens of liberation as, I quote, uncoerced cultural sites which give expression and agency to the marginalized values of the Black masses. Now, if one looks also in one of his works, Vellum, where he speaks now about Black ecclesiology as an uprising faith praxis for the Blackness of humanity. So then this is not merely about church structures or doctrines. It is a radical, embodied response to the dehumanization of Black people. It is a theology that rises from the ashes of colonialism, apartheid, systemic violence, insisting on the full humanity of African people as a theological imperative. So this framing is crucial because then it positions Imanyano not as auxiliary to the church, but as central to the formation of a distinctively African Christian identity. So their embodied worship, marked by drumming, dancing, and spontaneous prayer, stood in stark contrast to the rigid liturgies of Western missionaries. So these practices were not just cultural expressions, they were theological acts of resistance, reclaiming the sacredness of African terms. Now, in the rhythm of the drum and the sway of the body, the hymn, Mangisondele kuwe nangosi, resounds not as a retreat into piety, but as a bold step toward reclaiming the sacredness of African terms. However, as Manyano movements became more institutionalized, they began to lose this radical edge. The prophetic voice that once challenged colonial and patriarchal structures has in many cases been replaced by ritualistic conformity. The challenge today is to recover the original spirit of Manyanos, to reimagine them once again as uncoerced, liberative spaces where African consciousness is not only preserved but activated, even when sleeping on the rock of colonial oppression, the faithful sang, "Draw me near, Lord, to you now." This was not resignation, it was resistance. The hymn becomes a theological declaration that even suffering can be a site of divine nearness and prophetic awakening. Now, if I move quickly to now the interrogation of these spaces, looking at faith, reason, and the ideologies, the dissonances. Now, the hymn, "Let me see, oh my Lord, that all things in you are messengers to help," that's one of the verses, invites a critical theological lens. It challenges us to discern whether our faith practices are liberating or complicit in oppression. We're indeed compelled to ask a critical question: have the Manyanos truly liberated African people? This question is not merely historical, it is theological, ideological, and deeply personal. It invites us to examine the foundations of Manyano theologies, its ideological commitments, and the relationship between faith and reason and its lived expression. Now, Black theology of liberation, then, it helps us in this task because it teaches us that contradictions within faith spirituality, theology, and the church are not incidental. They are symptoms of a deeper dissonance between theology and ideology. Now, this dissonance, which Black theology identifies as irrational ideology, distorts faith into a tool of compliance rather than a force of liberation. It spiritualizes suffering, it silences resistance, and justifies patriarchal and colonial structures under the guise of divine will. Now, this is precisely where womanist theology becomes essential, because then it exposes how Manyano, though born as spaces of resistance, have in many instances become sites of theological captivity. It reveals how faith, when disconnected from justice and critical reflection, can become complicit in the very systems it was meant to dismantle. So to reclaim the liberative essence of Manyano, we must confront these contradictions directly. We must return to a theology that is unafraid to think critically, to question boldly, and to resist courageously. A theology like the hymn Mangisondele kuwena INKOSI draws us closer to a God who liberates not only in spirit, but in body, mind, land, and life. So each verse of Mangisondele kuwena INKOSI becomes a protest against theological captivity. It is a refusal to be distant from the God of justice, a yearning to be drawn into divine solidarity with the suffering. Now, even in sorrow, the hymn declares, I give praise, Lord. But womanist theology asks, what kind of praise is possible when the structures of faith betray the bodies of women? This verse becomes both a lament and a protest, a call to reclaim the sacred from within the struggle. Manyano spaces have long been celebrated as sites of survival, resistance, and theological expression, even for African women. They offered refuge from both colonial and ecclesial exclusion, allowing women to gather, pray, organize, and theologize from their lived experiences. However, these liberative intentions are increasingly undermined by the persistence of patriarchal norms within the very structures that were meant to empower. The contradiction is stark. While Manyano was born as a space of resistance, it often functions today as a space of compliance, where women are expected to uphold traditions that silence their voices and limit their leadership. This tension between survival and subjugation, between resistance and ritual conformity, lies at the heart of the current crisis facing Manyano. Yet, despite their liberative origins, women's Manyano, for instance, often inherited and internalized the patriarchal norms embedded in the broader church structures. So while these spaces were intended to be anarchist and empowering, they have, in many instances, become sites where patriarchal ideologies are reproduced rather than dismantled. In many churches where women form the majority, leadership remains overwhelmingly male. This reflects what James describes as the revision and reinstatement of the power of the patriarch. The result is a troubling dynamic, because now women's issues are often marginalized by women themselves, not due to ignorance, but because of theological captivity. Now, Matsilo Motsei offers some critique on this captivity. So she writes, I quote, through an organized tyranny, of religion, tradition, political and legal and economic systems, women's minds have been constrained and their bodies violated without consent, close quote. Now, this insight reveals that the deep connection between an oppressed mind and a violated body. It speaks directly to the ongoing crisis of femicide and gender-based violence in South Africa, a crisis that implicates both the church and Manyanos. So from a woman's perspective, Manyano in its current form, it risks becoming a ghetto of arrested liberation, a space where the eruption of liberating praxis is held captive by patriarchal norms. The dissonance between theology and ideology, between the liberative potential of faith and its distortion, must be confronted if Manyano is to reclaim its prophetic voice. Now, in this tension, the hymn becomes a lament and a lifeline. Mangisondele kuwe INKOSI is sung not only in worship, but in whispered prayers of women navigating systems that both embrace and betray them. Now, as we reflect on the sacred refrain, Mandisondele kuwe INKOSI, we're drawn into a deeper theological interrogation of the Manyano movement, its origins, its current form, and its liberative potential. Now, this hymn then is not merely a devotional plea, it is a spiritual compass guiding us towards a theology that demands nearness to justice. Historically, Manyanos emerged as uncoerced, we've said it, cultural spaces of resistance, born from the fragmentation and spiritual disposition brought by colonialism. They were not simply devotional gatherings, but embodied sites of memory, protest, and survival. Today, however, we must ask whether these movements continue to resist or whether they have become complicit in the very system they once opposed. In the face of South Africa's enduring economic inequality, landlessness, and gender-based violence, Manyano must reclaim its prophetic voice. And this requires a shift from ritual observance to structural critique, from charity to justice. Rooted in the Black theology of liberation, now this reclamation insists that faith must engage material condition. It is not enough to pray for the poor. We must interrogate the systems that perpetuate poverty. Manyano as a mass movement holds the potential to mobilize against economic exploitation, advocate for land reform, and challenge the marginalization of Black women in both church and society. Now, to serve as a space for reawakening African theology and ethical leadership, Manyano must return to its roots as a site of African theological agency, authentic African theology, as Velem Maluleke and Odioye argue, must emerge from African experiences, not from colonial frameworks. Manyano must become a space where women and men theologize from their everyday struggle, where hard questions are asked about God, justice, and power. Now, this theological reawakening must be accompanied by the cultivation of ethical leadership, leaders who are spiritually grounded, socially conscious, and committed to the ethics of Ubuntu and communal care. The rise of Manyano represented a theological and political rupture. These were African-initiated spaces, as we've said, that rejected the cold hierarchies of missionary Christianity in favor of embodied communal worship. Now, while their prophetic potential was often constrained by institutional frameworks, they nonetheless shifted the center of gravity within the church. They forced the church to reckon with the spiritual and organizational power of Black and African Christians, laying the groundwork for broader decolonial movements. Yet, the redefinition of power within the church remains incomplete. While Mañano has created spaces for African leadership, particularly among women, it has not fully escaped the grip of patriarchy. The challenge now is to dismantle not only colonial religious tradition, but also the patriarchal assumptions that continue to shape African Christianity. Mañano must become a space where leadership is not gendered, where authority is shared, and where the prophetic voice of the community is not silenced by hierarchy. Only then can Mañano fulfill its promise, not merely as a cultural or devotional space, but as a transformative force for justice, dignity, and liberation in both church and society. Now I offer my unconcluding reflections. Mangisondele kuwena Nkosi, a faith that liberates. Now, as I've said, that Mangisondele kuwena Nkosi is not a hymn of retreat. It is a hymn of resistance. It is a theological invocation for proximity to a God who is not neutral, but radically aligned with the poor, the landless, the violated, and the silenced. Now, in its melody, we hear the heartbeat of a faith that refuses to be domesticated by empire or patriarchy. Mañano must return to its prophetic roots, not as a nostalgic gesture, but as a living, breathing force for liberation in the present. As Beverly Haddad reminds us, these movements were never merely devotional. They were subversive responses to colonial and patriarchal exclusion. She further writes that women who were denied access, for instance, to formal theological education created their own space of reflection and resistance, embodying what then she calls a theology of survival. So these were not passive gatherings, but dynamic sites of spiritual agency and political defiance. Yet today, that liberative spirit is at risk. Mañano must once again become a space where Black women and men can think, speak, organize, and theologize together. A space where faith is inseparable from justice, and where theology dares to lament, to rage, and to hope. And as we gather in this sacred moment, we must ask not only where is the church, but more urgently, what must the church become? The legacy of INKOSI Albert Luthuli, the insights from Mo, Velem, Maluleke, Odioye, and others, and even the sacred songs of our people, they compel us to move beyond theological rhetoric and step boldly into prophetic action. Let Mangisondele kuwena Nkosi be sung anew, not with docility, but with defiance, not in retreat, but in resurrection. Let the voices of our foremothers and fathers rise. Let our theology dance again, and let our faith be fire. Thank you.
Ooh. Gatwenza E, drop mic after that. How do we come back? Thank you so much, Prof. Gobo, for reminding us of what Imanyano is and what it should be, where Imanyano has lost its core because of its institutionalization. And we need to go back, where you say Let black men and black women, let black children come back to the foreground and sit and rethink. Thank you so much. And colleagues, for those who are not at the founders lecture, this song, Mandisondele Kuwe Nkosi, was one of the songs that Nkosi Albert Luthuli and his family sang proudly. And I could imagine when Prof was speaking, and I could imagine him singing it and praying to God and saying, let our people go, and we are fighting for our people. So thank you so much, Prof. Now we move to a session where you will be conversating with Prof. Fundeswa and providing comments and questions. I'll take the first set of questions. May the mic circulate. I'm not seeing Mabafukeng. Dinyeko, can you please be of assistance? Oh, sorry, she's with it. 3 hands for this round. Prof. Kuno, I see your hand. Any other hand? Prof. Marise. Rev Heidi. Mike.
You have incited who say, "Oh, Gogo nomkhulu." Thank you. Aki, it's beautiful. You have raised very important questions around how institutionalizing makes us sleep. And how, if we want to reimagine our social institutions, we must wake up. And how prayer, at least this is what I heard. Maybe I'm reading it into what you said, but how prayer is a significant awakening to the fact that the fight continues. Because as Black women, we continue to raise children in unequal circumstances, socioeconomic challenges, drugs. We can't just pray and sit back. We must pray as we stand up and continue fighting. Thank you for that. Malbongwe.
Prof. Marise.
Thank you, Professor Gogo, for such a wonderful paper. I've got about 2 questions. The first question is the use of Manyano itself. You tend to attach it mainly to women organizations in the church, whereas the label Manyano is about the union of organizations in the church. I would have really loved to hear how you actually extrapolate it from women Manyano organizations specifically, but maybe even look at the Manyano word itself. What does it mean? Where does it derive from? Because the women Manyano, and I think in the mainline churches, people must be aware of this. There's an article I wrote about the women Manyano, that they are the proponents or the founders of other Manyanos, be they men or young men or what have you, going back to I think 1905, just before, and men copied when they came with Amadodana and what they copied from the women. And 2, it's really discouraging to see that after 1994, now I'm moving back almost 95 years down the line, or 94 years down the line, that August 9 used to be a day that was commemorated mainly by Manyano in the church. And the church has become, and I would also use the word complicit, in allowing the state to take away this day from them and politicize it. And whether women were consulted on this, both in the church and in the society, what is their view about this day? Because it's very important that it's women in the church who basically upheld this day and make sure that it doesn't disappear in the history books and allow politicians to take it away from them. Therefore, the church needs to actually so go, maybe the church even to reclaim it, women Manyano to reclaim it, to say, no. When we, and remember, it's women who before 1960, they are the ones that actually protested against the past laws. Then men came after 1960, or political movements came in 1960. So I feel that the women Manyano played a very pivotal role in this. I mean, theologically, even, and theologically, I'm referring not theology within the pulpits and within the confines of the walls of the church, even the one that Professor Mashao is referring to as the cross, the captured cross and all that. They went beyond that. So we need to really attribute all of this to women, and maybe ask the church, what have you done? Isn't it wrong for the church to have let the state take away what belongs to the church? Because I believe that the August 9 belongs to the church and not to the state or to political movements. Thank you.
Professor Kobo, I want to speak just as a comment in relation to your statement, dismantle patriarchal assumptions that shape. A very powerful statement, and I want to speak to the fact that those patriarchal assumptions are still so prevalent because the gatekeepers are men. Let your presence agitate the gatekeeper.
Thank you. Prof, you can come and...
Thank you so much, colleagues, for the first round, also the comments, and then the question. I think I want to start with the sleeping part, how the institutional church makes us sleep, and also maybe connected to what Prof. Matisse is saying about how actually, when we even think about the conception of Manyanos, we started with the women, Manyano. And of course, I spoke about women, Manyano, now more focused in the church, but I'm aware of even the use of Manyano to refer to other Manyanos, like the women's Manyano of the ANC and other political spaces and parties. But I think what I'm trying to do today, even when we talk about prayer now, is significant because in these spaces, to some extent you'll find it today, but then if we go back to Abo Gogo, bethu nabomkhulu, these spaces, I think these spaces carried our foremothers, even in the midst of what was happening, even in the midst of struggle, even in the midst of oppression, and everything that was not going right. Because for them, going to these spaces, going on Thursday, because they met on Thursday most of the time. So every other day mattered, but then Thursday became significant because even if they are troubled at home with raising grandchildren, because in most cases then their daughters had to go and look for work. And like myself, at some point I had to be raised by my grandmother. So they carried us and carried everything else. And then Thursday became that space where they would walk in those many spaces with all of that. So this dissonance, this disjuncture that you see today where we separate our lived experience to our faith, it was never the case. They embodied this faith, which is why then whenever we critique also Manyanos today, I ask these questions even in my own church, when women's Manyanos would go and have their conferences in 5-star hotels, where most of the women in our churches cannot even afford to be there. So I would always even ask the question, why are you taking the church away from our mothers? because I knew the walk even of my own grandmother. There's a sense in which they embody it as they walk to Umanyano, Lwangolwesine on Thursdays, to go and pray for us, to go and lament, to go and share all those things as the spaces allowed in those times. So there's a sense in which while we are going back and remembering these beautiful moments, but the institutionalized church currently, we're very classist as the church today. If I think of Mañana today, I can show you can go on TikTok, you go on Facebook. We think about Stanley Cups, we think about filled bars. That's what happened recently when we had a lot of women's Mañanos conferences. These were statements. Wherever you go to any space that as they're counting down towards these spaces. They're thinking about red-bottomed black shoes. They are thinking about filled bars and Stanley Cups and the shawls and everything. So it has shifted, unfortunately. And perhaps today, as we reflect together, maybe we need maybe to try and even go back and tap back to those prayers, the significance, because prayers then, it was not just merely to pray, you close your eyes and pray, but prayers were meant to subvert. There were subversive spiritual resources because when they would gather, that's why back in the days you would even have people who would gather to pray for the rain, who pray for things to happen and the mines and everything that was happening. So that's what we got from those spaces. And also as we're brought up, even by our own grandmothers, thus we sucked from that kind of make, that embody that kind of revolution. And that is not what you find today, because in a five-star, there's no time for revolution. There's so much comfort. And I always say, even in my own church, and I know that Prof. Madisa spoke about prophets, that they should always warn their families that they will live short. I think I will live short because I do ask this question about the many things that are happening that, okay, let's talk about who contributes money for this five-star. It is not the elite. It is the old women, our pensioners, our widows, because then for them church is meaningful. So when they get their grant, their SASA grant, the very first thing they do, they're not like us, and I am also putting myself in this boat. They don't think about, okay, budget, okay, this and that, okay, holiday. For them, the first thing is the church. Our churches today are carried by our widows, those that who do not have. So they fundraise, they contribute money for people to go to sleep in hotels when they have never seen the hotels. They contribute money for people to be on flights when they have never even seen aeroplanes face to face. Maybe they see it on TV or on paper. So there's something seriously wrong about how we have evolved as Mañanos. We always say that faith is not static, things are not static, but this kind of evolution that has actually moved us from this root of revolution and resistance and the prayer that was meant to keep us awake, then it is worrying. And then, Prof, you bring in now the comments about how women actually, like when we talk about the August 9th, how actually women in the church had always been on the forefront even of that kind of space and so on. Yeah, it is true, Prof, they've always been, but the agenda today has changed. It's kind of worrying also if one just analyzes, because sometimes you just have to take time. I think in one of the researches I did a while back, for me to even say women's Mañana are patriarchal, because then I went to their constitutions and also to their programs and even year plans, because I was kind of interested as to how revolutionary is the space is. But so the contradictions ones find there, because what I said, for instance, that our churches, go to a township church, 90% membership is women, but the leadership is still male. And who puts these men in power? It is this majority of women that sits with these constitutions that talks about empowering women. So you find Mañanos talking, so contradictions. So they're saying they're empowering women, but they don't see them good enough to lead the churches. To lead, whether as moderator. So, well, in our church, in our history of many years, we only had one moderator in the many years. Just like also you see the changes even in the Methodist Church now, there's women bishops and even other churches. So that even, we celebrate that when actually we should not even be celebrating it, because we are normalizing that the space for leadership is not for women. So when you are the first moderator, the first that then it elevates you. Actually, when it should let you be on the ground to flip the tables, so that then there's more women around the table rather than this first. So I always also critique the romanticizing of being first black woman in anything, especially also in the church spaces. So I'm trying to say, Prof, the revolution that you are pointing to, it has shifted. That's why then they wouldn't mind also whatever that politician they would take over, because they are not concerned about that anymore. They're not concerned about the struggle. They're not concerned about the liberation and everything. So maybe we need to try and go back to all these things, to that spirit of the resistance that I made reference to. Yes, the Mañano itself, the name, Prof. Yearning for unity. You are right to say it might not have come up a lot or too much in my paper to actually say this is, for us to be where we are, it's actually amazing, because women were on the forefront in terms of the organizational development of women's Mañano. They led the churches. They were the first to organize themselves. They were the first to think as a group, to theologize as the group. It was a good start, but then there's a sense in which maybe, because now I also said in the paper, when they were institutionalized, because then now the institutions where they belong, the Presbyterian churches where they belong, the Methodist churches and any other church, so they absorbed them. In my church, there was a huge debate, because for years they were using the word Mañano, but now they changed to associations. As I said, even when I was speaking, they were not just associations, they were the center of the gospel, because then it was the gospel of resistance. But it's just associations now. They don't have a status. They just do their things by the way. The church sits and takes serious business. But then the Mañanos, they just entertain themselves in their conferences and so on. So there's a sense in which the institution itself, it kind of, it has sucked life out of the Mañanos. And it is for the Mañanos to be awake, wake up. Members of Mañanos, I see them. Lerato, you're not one of them, Doc. Thank you so much.
Prof, the woman that you're talking about that takes out her money and has never set foot at the hotel is my grandmother. So trust me, I understand that very much. Hey, Prof, I'm having 3 hands now. I'm having okay. Seeing 3 hands. We'll start with Prof. Mashao and then Dr. Lerato, and then you say. Oh, sorry. I have been sent to announce that the number plate is FW19FB. Your car, the windows are wide open. They're just asking that, can you come and close the windows? I'm not sure if you're in this room. If you are in this room, but yeah. Prof, yes.
Yeah. The last part, Prof. Kobo, and maybe the song Masisondele Kuwe Baba. You know, patriarchy demands submission from women, and somehow you need to reflect on this in your paper, especially because women are the ones who accompanies patriarchy to destroy the very women that we are saying they need to be liberated. We've seen it with the Omotoso Gate scandal. It's not men who are defending this man. They are saying Masisondele kuwe baba. And in some instances, even pushing and marginalizing the very women. Let's talk women leadership. When patriarchy says no to women leaders, to you rising, it's women who will be bringing you down, pull her down syndrome. It's men. So that contradiction, I think we need to move beyond beyond the rhetoric of contradictions and start to address the problem in the house. Women are in the majority in the church. And why is it that whilst they are in the majority, maybe they are not made enough, just like Jesus Christ, who went to the temple and he hoped mad when he realized that these people are just playing games here. So women in the church, please, sisters, you need to hope mad enough. We are not angry enough as a nation. Why did Omotoso leave the country? When, I mean, we should have blocked the OR Tambo in the same fashion that Unobala, Umama wanted to block this thing and defend the ANC with. So we should have done the same. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you so much, Prof. Kobo. And I think mine is a comment as someone who follows your work. And I think my question is related to, can we find examples in African spirituality or tradition where, of course, corruption is everywhere of a space, but the way Western institutions corrupt the African vocation is very different. I mean, we can speak about your Nelson Mandela and your Desmond. All these people are like pies in the skies who never existed in communities. So the Mañano is bound to also be institutionalized in a Western church. But now my question is that, so we have two kind of, if we look at Black theology, we have the women like Uma Munonteta, and I think you've written about her. I am interested to see, Uguti, what happened to Uma Munonteta's church? Did it suffer the same institutionalization or patriarchal kind of things? I don't know how to frame it, But I will be interested in this, when she started the church after she was, in a way, chased out from the mainline churches when they declared she's mad for seeking black liberation. And now I'm interested in looking now, Embo. When we talk about sangomas, amagqirha, amakhwele, all this sorts of stuff. So what happens within that context? So now that context is very African. And women, I mean, I always say patriarchy in Africa is different in the sense that even you speak about ubuhlanti, women have a space to speak ebuhlanti, for example. So African women were always part of the economy, of the political, everything that was happening in society. Now we are in an upside down world where actually men think that it is African that women must keep quiet about the economics. But agriculture was done by women 80% in Africa. So I'm wondering if we can compare these situations. There are three. There's this Western one, that is the mainline churches we find in, but there's the situation of Mamu Monteta where she had to leave and start a church so that she can be able to actually provide a space for black liberation. And then we have this the context of Embo. I think we need to go back to the drawing board and find out what are things that we can learn from African spirituality and African traditions. Thank you.
Prof, thank you very much. My question is of a similar nature. It's interesting, you write a very interesting article, Umfazi akangeni ebuhlanti. And then so it was kind of interesting in terms of how that was framed in the Africanist discourse. Yet at the very same time, we have this umanyano that you are kind of addressing. So there's something that's a bit analogous in terms of what you are doing when you look at both of those. So I'm kind of interested in the osmosis that takes place with regards to the dual character that's there. You know, I'm an African and I'm a Christian at the very same time. And how does that kind of shape, how does that osmosis kind of shape the discourses that are ahead within Umanyano? So I'm kind of interested in what that osmosis of Africanization and Christianity does in Umanyano, considering the fact that it's the very same Africans that attend Umanyano. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues, for those difficult questions. Prof. Mashau, what were you saying that him, Mangi? Sondele kuwe baba. Papa. I think, yeah, on that one, I think, colleagues, I think I made a statement in my reflection where I spoke about what you see now in women's manyano as the reinstatement of the power of the patriarch. Because then I was acknowledging that the gatekeeping that happens, because women also are gatekeepers of patriarchy. That's just the sad reality. I think we have even, if you were to look even at in terms of the percentages, it is your fellow sisters that will plot your downfall more than maybe fellow brothers and so on. So I acknowledge that. It is very true, and also what you see now happening, even in the case of Go Deeper Papa, and so on. It is always women that actually you find rallying behind the papas, and also not believing the women who are victims of these papas. The case of Upapa, Omotoso is an important one, because if you looked even at the people that were working with him, actually, it's the women were the ones who were actually part of this whole thing. And you are correct, we are not mad enough. Till now, we are just activists on social media. We're good with hashtags. We just hashtag this must happen. And then after a week, we have moved on. So the holy rage is gone, even in churches. But I want also to try and also as I reflect on what you are saying, also how everything that happens, let's talk about this, the acquittal of the Pastor Omotoso. It happened just a few days before the Holy Week. Let's talk about what was the period. Just a few days before the Holy Week and the preaching of the 7 words and also the resurrection. Did it change anything? No. I can assure you now, if you were to go and listen to those 7 words, wherever they were preached, they said nothing about that, because it didn't shift. Because what happened at that moment, the failure of the justice system in our country, it was not a Kairos moment for our churches. It was just an event that they felt that it was not speaking to them. They would still go and make when they preach on Good Friday. And I think that's where also I speak a lot here about thinking and also and the reason which I feel the reason has gone out. We no longer are thinking church. We are no longer thinking mañanos. You know, we spiritualize. That's why we just think with that. We think that we can pray things away. We can pray gender-based violence away. We can pray racism away. We can't pray things away. Bazalwane. Yes, we are going to pray. Prayer is very important, but I think we're going to have, I think Prof there spoke about the significant awakening also that goes with prayer. So Easter, I think I want to come back to it, Prof, in relation to this. Then after this thing happened, also there was that hashtag of that 7-year-old girl in Matatiel, at the same time as, so they happened, this bomb, it went boom at the same time, but it didn't move the church. So the church continued with the theatrics and performances because that's what we have become as the church. We're good in performing and performing faith and the theatrics and so on. So yeah, and then I think your questions are related, because what I hear you saying, Dr. Kobe, is in fact, you are asking whether I think these institutions, our churches, can actually liberate us, or do we have to move away from them? That's what you are saying to me, and I don't know if I have an answer with that, because I'm still in the Presbyterian Church. So I feel like the contradictions now in saying, can we try? We've spoken about this so many times, how even our own churches, they reject Black theology. Our own churches, they reject African theology. They reject women's, all these theologies that are more advocating for liberation, transformation, and so on. There's no space for that in our churches. We are there. So it is a difficult one. I've seen others breaking away because they felt that they needed to start some things. But I think what I've learned from Prof. Velem, because he was a pastor in our church, because I would always engage and ask, why are you still in the church? And he would always say that, but our people need us. So there's no way that we can run away from the church because we are frustrated by structures. Yes, the structures will kill us as prophets, as Prof. Matisse has said, but we must be where the fire is and try maybe and work from within to see. And we're hoping for liberation in these churches. The question of being African and Christian in the Mañanos, Prof. Matisse did speak to this when he said, in the evenings, They go and do these things. They claim to be Africans in the evenings. They Christians during the day, and then in the evenings, and then if you become that person who's vocal, who affirms her or his African humanity, then even your fellow Africans will look at you and will demonize even everything African. So we're still there, unfortunately. We're still demonizing our own. So it is no longer the white missionaries that are demonizing our foremothers, because I use that. We are the ones, we demonize them even in this day. So these contradictions that you are both pointing to, they are a reality, which is important for us to actually reflect on and ask these critical questions. It's costly to ask these questions because if you want to be ordained, you should not be asking these questions. And if you want to be placed in a very comfortable place somewhere in the church, you should not be asking these questions. But if you want to die, like Professor Madisa said, then ask them, and I encourage you to ask them, even if we will suffer. There's a home in heaven for all of us.
Thank you so much, Prof. Fundisakobo, for your provocations. As I ask Professor Sekgalo to just come for the gifting. I'm one person that knows you personally because you are a minister at my church. And when she says she provokes the church, she indeed does that. So continue doing that. Do not be silent, because we still need you, especially as young people, where we are proclaiming the voice of God to say we need to rise as people and that we need to challenge Imanyano to stand up. Thank you. Colleagues, now we are serving lunch, and we will come back at 2:30, where we continue with our program. Thank you. Apologies, colleagues. We've just amended the time. Can we come back at 2:15? 2:15. Oh, okay. Colleagues, we are starting our third session. as we settle down. Okay, the perks of being short. I think they make a noise. We are now starting our third session. I think we can start while others will be joining us. Where the theme for the session is called The RDP of the Soul, Dismantling Structural Injustice and Reclaiming African Identity. And the panelist for the session is Rev. Heidi Peterson. As she comes on the podium, I will read her bio. Rev. Heidi Peterson is an ordained minister with 25 years of service in ministry, currently serving as the full-time minister at St. Barnabas United Church and acting minister at El Dorado Park Church. Her theological training was completed at Rhodes University, where she earned a diploma in theology in 1996. She is the chairperson-elect of the South African Synod, with her induction scheduled for July 2025. Congratulations, Rev. Marking a significant milestone in her ecclesial leadership. Rev. Peterson also serves on the National Executive Committee of the South African Council of Churches, reflecting her strong ecumenical engagement and commitment to the church unity. Rev. Peterson is a passionate advocate for gender justice, youth development, and the eradication of human trafficking and gender-based violence. She partners with organizations like ACT Africa, Bikoko, and Growing Champions, extending her ministry beyond the pulpit into impactful community action. She's also active internationally, having participated in global ecumenical forums such as the Society for Ecumenical Studies webinar in the UK and CWM's Gender Justice Training, and has contributed to theological education and mission training across the denomination. Let us welcome Reverend Heidi.
So after lunch is normally recognized in the spaces where I'm from, especially university, as the graveyard shift. And rightly so, a professor who was so provocative this morning that I'm wide awake, because we had a delectable meal, but we'd like to recline now into that particular state where we can relax. Moderator, please be gentle with me. The space from which I come, which is ecclesial, when you are nearing the end of your time, they normally hum a hymn. So they begin with a humming. And my choice of hymn is Blessed Assurance, Jesus is mine. And this is my story for the next 25 minutes as we work together in that. And as I get closer to the end, don't come and stand here like you did with the others. Just sing, because then we will also be wide awake as we do so. I'm very thankful to Professor Sekgalo and the team that thought it fit to invite voices that are representative not only of the academia, but very interestingly enough, Professor, I want to begin with you. You hail from the context of sitting on your papa's lap in the church, and it comes through so beautifully. And I suspect it will be the same leading to you, Wessel. Niks anders gaan anders wees wanneer dit by jou is nie. I'm just using one of the 12 languages as we've spoken because I had to ask my brother to translate as we went along. My greeting to you, Professor Sekgalo, and your team in relation to our own Chief Albert Luthuli, INKOSI Luthuli, is Sawubona. And the reason why I chose Sawubona is quite deliberate, because it is the greeting that I will be carrying with me as I continue into my leadership, because I was taught this by a colleague at university whose name I did not get right. And one day he stopped me and he said to me, man, Heidi, you need to look at me when you greet me. And I also want to teach you this. Greet me nicely, say, Sawubona, Ignatius, then I know you see me. The church sees the effort of your particular department in recognizing not just a person, but indeed what it is that Baba INKOSI Luthuli has brought as gifts that was mentioned here this morning. So I need to tell you that it is the first time that I'm the fourth person to speak at any occasion. And I must tell you, and it's the first time that it's after lunch, but let me tell you, there's actually some good in it. Vessel, I'm going to say the following. What I have prepared, my brother, all of you have said already. So, I'm very thankful to all of you for what you have shared in that. But I begin, and Lesego, I ask that you please provide me. Professor Sekgalo, I ask that you please come to the podium for me as I gift you. And the gift of today, yes. So the gift of today is intentional. The gift is a candle, and the candle has a picture of Tata INKOSI Luthuli on it. And the inscription on there says, the road to freedom is via the cross. And it's one of the speeches of Tata Luthuli. Give that to you. I give that to you. Thank you. And so as I gift that to Professor Sekgalo, why do I do that? In India in 2010, I was reminded of a particular conversation when I was in India in Madurai with the Council for World Mission TIM students signing off the program for training in mission, where they were talking about the significance of recognizing the little that you do not underestimate that you are shifting the paradigm. And so in the little that you do, that you are shifting the paradigm, it was brought into the context of a dark auditorium where the lecturer lit this particular candle, and the Indian proverb then stood true. Professor Sekgalo, this is what it says. When the candle is lit in darkness, the message is clear. It says, I beg to differ. And so as we come and we consider with colleagues that have spoken before, it may have seemed that that was a little bit of humor when I said it's good to speak as the number fourth. Vessel, you number 5, and you will close off. To say that the voices that carried the significance of the work of Baba Luthuli, but also what it is that we were asked to engage in terms of the RDP of the soul and the key provocations that were brought before us, there's no need and intention of mine to in any way repeat that. I'm too sensitive to the fact that this is the graveyard shift. But I do implore you to stay with me for just a little while. I want to quote just one line from the Nobel Prize acceptance speech, which I further paraphrase for the purpose of today and the word in relation to light that I've gifted Professor Sekgalo with. INKOSI Luthuli said the following, and there were many sightings of what he said, but I speak this. And these are his words. To remain neutral is the sort of thing I could not, as a Christian, tolerate. It is the light of a candle saying to the darkness, I beg to differ. So neutrality, friends that are gathered here, and I suspect that we all have a similar mind in understanding that the issues of injustice and therefore working for justice, the issues of understanding what it means to be marginalized and working from the margin to the center to the margin, because it's never static. It moves, it shifts, it either grows or it grows smaller. Neutrality in matters of life and death is simply not an option. We, society, the body of Christ, and I wear my collar because, Professor, I'm reminded every time that I wear it. It's simple, that a simple piece of material like this can set you apart. But let me tell you a humorous story. I was pregnant and I was very, very big in my pregnancy, where a Catholic family who owned a shop, as I go to Spa every Sunday to buy the newspaper, eventually the lady peered out, Umfundisi Kobo, she peered out of the thing. She says, are you a father? I'm pregnant with my collar on. And I stood there and I thought, is this a teaching moment or I just embrace with love? Indoctrination. I chose to teach with love. It went on until I had my baby, and then one day they met me in Spa with the aging father, and the father says, oh, good morning, mother, father. And I thought, okay, it's happening. There will be a day that they will see me and I will just be mother, reverend, and father will not be there. But when we talk of this and when I wear this collar, the intentionality of this is that when I speak, neutrality is not a privilege. This speaks of decisiveness in word and in deed. I listened to Dr. Busak's founding lecture on the night that it was done, and one of the respondents was the Reverend from our church, the Reverend Yodia Volani, who did an excellent job in terms of the interrogation of that particular lecture. And he anchored, among other things, the following statement. He says, the RDP of the soul compels us to reflect on the church's role in healing wounded communities, and that in itself states that we are still bleeding and wounded. And if we now do a poll on that, true or false, in the rich area, in the not so rich area, in the poorer of areas, are we a wounded community? The answer is going to be resoundingly yes. The struggle's the same. He then goes on and he says the role is to advocate for justice. He then goes on, he says restoring moral clarity in society. And the call is to align with the belief that faith must translate into action. How? By challenging oppression, by fostering reconciliation and rebuilding a society rooted in dignity and justice. And so as I seek to respond very briefly, because Professor Kobo spoke, Professor Yu spoke, the other professor spoke, and Molo spoke, you have covered 90% of my response, so I will not go back there, because you have touched on the critical areas in terms of responsibility. Responsibility. Responsibility, says Albert Luthuli, is everyone's issue. Responsibility of being alive and working for a just society is ours. However, the four provocations were in the areas of, can the church reclaim its role as moral authority in governance? You spoke to it. What does it mean for the church to challenge economic injustices and advocate for marginalized communities? You spoke to it. And so I want to say to you that it is mentioned in the introduction that I work in two worlds. And the structural injustices in the two worlds in which I work, it's not only the two worlds in which I work, but those are the one in which I am confronted with daily. I share with you the following. In El Dorado Park, the high school has one laboratory for the matriculants to learn science. But the things as instruments in that laboratory doesn't work. Whilst in the other area in Florida where I work, the school, which is known as a former model C school, has 3 functioning, well-equipped laboratory for children to learn in. Structural injustice. What is built because of group area acts in El Dorado Park is built on a principle: this will remain a hopeless community. I cite a second of those. How many of you, the Professor Gorkobo was talking about her grandmother and other related issues. I want to talk to you about how many of our mothers and fathers and others who go to the public hospital system leave at 4 o'clock in the morning. The danger of leaving at 4 with a camping chair, sitting in line, because if you don't stay there when the doors open, you are going to be referred back to come back another day. Again, it's taxi fare. The consideration of what that means is that there cannot be enough for bread on your table. The injustices is an everyday injustice. A member of our church died at the hospital. Sitting in the waiting area, she at least made it into the critical care waiting area at the hospital in Johannesburg. And she had an asthma attack, and they called for help. The doctor turned towards her, and there was a revolt by the others who were in front of her. They could not see to her because they've been here longer. She died because of the system that collapsed. A third example of injustices that we are living in. I served a church, and I don't want to mention the name. There were under 30 people in the congregation on the particular day, and it's time for the offertory, and I'm wondering, hey, why is it taking so long? Why is the offertory taking so long? And I look up to check, and I realize what is happening, and I recognize that in the moment of the offertory, there was an exchange where the mama was waiting for the change to come. So the 10 rand was given, but she needed change for bread and for the taxi. Where I work, there's a QR code where it's the ease of being the ability to do that. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm highlighting the differences. What are we called to in relation to moral and ethical leadership in the context of our church? How do we do this? The question it beckons is for the church to understand how it spends its money. In other words, the internal reform. The internal reform, if we're looking outward, we need to ensure that the reform on the inside is one that speaks the same language, that the two will go together. So when I speak of corruption on the outside, the corruption must not be on the inside. That the agitation, and that's the main thread of today's inputs, was agitation and participation. You do not have the luxury for neutrality. Your participation is to agitate the systems. We spoke about the fact that truth to power is so important, and that we need to speak against the misuse of power by those responsible for governance. We've got to call it out. How do we create safe whistle blowing so that we remain safe in our response to seeking to call governance to accountability? Again, we come back to agitating. On the doors of municipalities, public debates that we are invited to participate in. Civil society cannot do their work without us. They need us. They need our input. They need us in terms of reform in any form that it will be there. It is our voices that carry that, and it is our voting. Did you see the unity of the churches when we prayed just before the election? Did you see the unity? What is the message? We are stronger together. Professor Busak stated, we need to step out and be visible. There needs to be practical action. Professor Moaleng, in his book, Behold the Turtle, speaks of the following. He says, stick out your neck from under your shelter. It's the only way you'll touch base with the community in which you serve. Social development and upliftment are always part of the DNA of the church because it's our participation in the reign of God. I remember how I had to fight for a space for my child to be in a school because I was not 5 kilometers within the school. I agitated the gatekeepers until they listened for the fact that my child with special needs needed a space in a school. And so as I conclude, because the other matters have been dealt with by the other speakers, the prophetic witness against injustice is so important. But the thing that I want for us to recognize, we cannot dismantle everything that apartheid caused overnight. And now the question comes, but how long? It's been 31 years. I don't know how long, but what I do know is that I will light the wick of the candle that says, I beg to differ when injustice is in my space. In the space of my sister or my brother, because we are each other's keeper. What I'm learning as I listen to the speakers before me is partnership with faith coalitions and NGOs is what we need to do to work for systemic reform. We can't do it alone. The UPCSA women and I were together this past week for 3 days, and I must say I was stimulated, but I was also very sensitive. And I share with you a very simple thing. We all go to church, is my assumption, or you've been in touch with it. And we spoke about the Holy Eucharist. And we held bread in our hand because it's the symbol of the body of Christ. My brother, I don't want to leave you on the cross. And we looked at the liturgy of the institution. It says, on the night he was betrayed, the betrayal of the promise of a life for all is daily. So when you break that bread the next time, call forth your responsibility to work against the betrayals of systems of injustice. Where is the church? I believe that the church is present. But as Molo said, if we look at this big church wanting to hear that particular voice, this, that, and the other, I don't stand against the critique of the church. I critique the church too. But let's just recognize that the church is present. I serve in places where the church creates in the smallest of sense an aftercare center for children of the community, not those who belong to the church, to come and learn, to come and do projects, and to learn how to do together. I understand and I work in a place where I see the church begin an employment structure to help others that are looking for employment to fill out their applications and their placement, because when they say only online applications, it excludes people. I thirdly work in spaces where a church opens its space, where dormant standing buildings over 7 days and only comes together on Sunday to worship, or on a Wednesday says to a set of twins when they come and ask, will you teach us? We are teaching a set of twins who at the age of 12 is phonetically and academically at grade 1 level. Fourthly, Centers of Hope offers us, as the church does, in its small way, a place where we can begin to reclaim. Professor Korbo ended with that. I want to take it a little further. To reclaim our African heritage. In a course I'm doing at the moment in pastoral narrative therapy, they taught me a new thing where when you draw away from what you know so well and you come back to it, you need to remember. So it's a word that is split, not remember only, because we remember if something jogs your memory, but you need to remember yourself in membership. There is a remembering in the reclaiming of our heritage. What am I saying? Agitation and participation. Do you know, I was so delighted when I saw the difference. And now I want you to make a noise. When the Minister of Electricity made the change in terms of load shedding. Come on now. Okay, not this crowd. When a different person got into leading us in terms of the Ministry of Electricity and changes were effected, let's recognize, A, what went wrong, B, that the other is possible. I come back to where I started, having recognized every speaker before in relation to all of the other important aspects of this talk. Do you have the luxury to be neutral? I know that the church doesn't have the luxury nor the privilege. Baba INKOSI LUTHULI worked too hard. Where he speaks again in his speech, I will unflinchingly work even if it means my death. That means freedom via the cross. Thank you.
I was thinking about the hymn that you said I must hum, but I was like, I don't even have the voice or the capacity right now. Thank you so much for reminding us. I think in the act of gifting Prof. Sekgalo, you're just reminding us that to dismantle structural injustice is to light a candle. And is to arise and shine and to refuse neutrality. So that act of lighting a candle is just to say we are refusing neutrality. As we continue, our second speaker for this session is Prof. Bentley. As he comes on the podium, I'm going to read his bio. Professor Vessel Bentley is the acting head of the Research Institute for Theology and Religion. His research focus is in the area of science and religion, particularly cognitive and social psychology and religion, and cosmology and religion. His research question is, what does it mean to be human? Holding a C2 NRF rating, he pursues this research question while also serving as an ordained minister in the Methodist Church of Southern Africa. Professor Bentley.
Ach, no, not another Methodist. Friends, I greet you. Where do I speak from? I speak as an academic. I speak as a Methodist minister. I speak as a white male South African. My dear stepdaughter says, "You're not white, you are peach." And then I turn red. I'm from the Christian faith tradition, but I'm also a person who is very committed to the betterment of society. So when we speak about reclaiming the church's prophetic voice, it is something which lies very, very close to my heart. In 2013, I published a paper on the church's prophetic witness in South Africa. And this paper outlined the idea that the church used to have a very strong prophetic voice in this context. During apartheid, the church played a prominent role in the eventual downfall of this heinous system. Voices like those of Alan Busak, Desmond Tutu, Beyers Naudé, Peter Story, Khoza Mgojo, were all controversial, provocative, but spoke prophetically and lovingly, calling society to a place of equality and justice. But it was as if during that time, apartheid became the fuel that fired the church's protest, for it to speak out, to raise awareness, and to provide safety and shelter for the persecuted in society. Of course, we remember that not the entire Christian church in South Africa sang from the same hymn book. Apartheid was endorsed by certain Christian denominations, some of which have since recanted from their views and have apologized for this system that promoted and sustained inequality. But the inequality that we speak of is not only in terms of resources and opportunities, but inequality in what constituted the value of human life. What does it mean to be human? What did it mean to be human? Now, our common humanity is protected by the South African Constitution. And of course, and of course, some would argue that policies like employment equity and land redistribution without compensation are forms of discrimination. I'm not of this view. And although I respect people's freedom of expression and freedom of association, I'm quite clear in my mind that firstly, I am not a refugee. And secondly, and more importantly, that redress is a matter of justice, however painful it may be. With this admission, I suppose that I have lost part of the audience, but I beg your indulgence as I seek some answers, not to these questions, but to the question, 3 decades later, and where is the church? Shortly after the fall of apartheid, the church seemed to have dropped its guard. Peter Story attributes the slide to several factors, and amongst these are, first of all, and I quote, church leaders whose theological clarity had been forged in the heat and burden of the struggle were plain weary. Second, the church's association with the struggle partners implied that it now had to be in critical solidarity with the state. Friends in politics during the struggle now became the new Caesar, with whom the church now had a delicate relationship. Third, some clergy were effectively muted by abdicating their prophetic authority by signing to Caesar's payroll. New leaders who were not forged during the struggle and who were filled with pride and enthusiasm for this new era had much greater fluidity in their understanding of church-state relationships compared to their forebears, and hence becoming less critical and more defensive of the state. And lastly, that long-standing personal friendships with the new political elite sometimes blurred the lines of church-state relationships. What has happened in the meantime? I can only speak in generalizations, but it seems to me like the following has happened. The church has acquired a serious case of laryngitis. It seemed to have lost its voice. What we hear preached from pulpits is what the Kairos document calls church theology. This is a kind of theology that is self-serving and has nothing to do with addressing social problems, both socioeconomic and sociopolitical, and hence has lost its prophetic voice. Perhaps due to the non-regulation of the religious sector, which is a topic for another debate, it seems like anyone who has a platform and who has a willing audience is able to proclaim themselves to be a religious leader, leading to all kinds of immoral, poor theological, and self-enriching practices. This comes mostly at the cost of the poor when false hope is offered. We should not be surprised when we hear stories of pastors enticing their congregations to eat grass, or to spray themselves with doom, or to perform sexual encounters with clergy for a so-called spiritual blessing. In the meantime, while all of this is taking place, the hungry have remained hungry. The marginalized have remained on the fringes. And nothing of the blessing that the church proclaims or promises is making a difference. This has left the church being distrusted by society, and effectively, it has become irrelevant. Perhaps the biggest shift that has taken place, in my opinion, is a thought that doesn't come from a philosopher or from a theologian, but from a rock star, from Bono, the lead singer of U2, and he challenges the church, and he says, a shift has happened where the church has started seeing itself as a charity or a charitable organization doing charitable things. Charities are necessary, but it is not the church's manifesto. The church's manifesto, the church's calling is not charity, but justice. And when the church engages with society, when it ministers to the poor and the marginalized, it does not do so out of pity or the urge to take selfies and posting it on social media of the tremendous sanctimonious tasks that we have performed as acts of charity. Those actions are nothing short of egotistic self-pleasuring. I wanted to use another phrase in terms of, instead of self-pleasuring, but I suppose there would be a PG limit then on this broadcast. The church is involved in society, and it should be ministering to the poor, speaking truth to power, and working for change as a matter of justice. The golden question is, well, how do we get there? How do we change it? And in trying to answer this question, I know that I'm going to be accused of idealism and seeming simplicity. But I want to offer this in any case. How do we get back the prophetic voice of the church? Perhaps by getting back to the basics of the Christian gospel, namely for the church to be a community of love. But we have to define this term, love. For love has been abused and misused. But the love that the Christian gospel speaks of is undergirded by the Latin phrase protestare, for the truth. But as we see in the Christian gospel, it is not just a matter of having a prophetic voice, but being a prophetic presence. Actions speak louder than words, and words are sometimes necessary. What kind of love is this that is so transformative, which both challenges those in power, but also consoles those and ministers to those who are in need? It is a love that crosses borders. I sometimes wonder, when we call ourselves Christians or when we call ourselves followers of Jesus, do we follow Jesus or do we follow our idea of Jesus? There's a saying that goes that if God hates the same people you do, then you have created God in your own image. The love that Jesus shows is a love that keeps breaking convention. He calls the ordinary person to become a follower, asking them to love. Jesus mixes with sinners. He befriends and associates women. He welcomes children in a protected environment. He touches the unclean, the lepers. And perhaps the church's strategy to maintain its status quo is encapsulated in Peter's vision of Acts chapter 11. You remember where the sheet comes down from heaven with the animals, and he's asked to take and eat, and then he says, but nothing profane has ever crossed my lips. And the voice comes to him and says, do not call anything profane that I have made. The lesson in that is that it is not so much about the food as what it is about people. Peter, at that time, with a typical church theology, ticks all the boxes of convention and may feel justified in it, keeping the insiders in and keeping the outsiders out. But the gospel challenges and says, do not call anything that I have made profane. And if we are honest, then we should continuously be challenged as the church by a gospel that disrupts the boundaries of our religious convention and to accept the spirit which disrupts the boundaries of race, religion, and tradition. If we are followers of Jesus and if we are the bearers of a love which crosses boundaries, then I ask the question, why is it that still on Sunday morning we have the most segregated time within our communities? One goes to certain churches and with respect, it looks like a meeting of the old National Party. You go to other churches and there is not a white face in sight. When we segregate, when we follow that convention of keeping the insiders in and the outsiders out, then we are saying that the gospel is our own to distribute. But the gospel is not ours to own. It is in essence a public proclamation of saying to the outcast, to saying to the vulnerable, not only are you welcome, but it is a gospel which instructs the church that we draw alongside you, meeting you where you are, addressing issues that are real and challenging the structures that enable those social forms of abuse. If the church seeks to become more relevant and prophetic, then we should ask, who are the so-called Gentiles who we are trying to keep out? Who is conspicuously absent from the Lord's table? And why don't they feel welcome there? The gospel says, love people and change will start to happen. Peter's story captures the essence of this act of Christian love in the following statement. And he says, when a Christian prays, "Come into my heart, Lord Jesus," that prayer can never be enough. When we pray that prayer, Jesus responds, "Can I bring my friends?" When we remind him that our intention is simply that he be our personal savior, he looks puzzled. "I'm not sure what that means," he replies, and again asks, "Can I bring my friends?" We look at those clustered around him and say, "Oh my God, not them, please not them. They're all different colors and their cultures are so different from mine, and they talk in languages I don't understand. They come from places I don't want to go to, and some of them have done things which I was taught were not very polite or nice. Lord, do you really want me to let them into my heart too?" And he says, "Yes." And so we say, "Jesus, is having all these people in my heart the only way I can have you?" And Jesus says, "Love me, love my friends." A prophetic love is a love which breaks boundaries. A prophetic love is a love that recreates the world. The Christian belief should encapsulate the idea that love transforms the world. It doesn't escape from it. Revelation 21 verse 3, "See, the home of God is among mortals." Here. Some may pray, "Lord, please come back quickly and take us away with you so that this earth can just disappear. Or take me away from the discomfort of the challenges of society." When theology becomes so transcendentally inclined, praying to Jesus continuously to come and to take us away from this place, then the church ceases to be prophetic. Then we become so heavenly minded that we are of no earthly good. The nature of the Christian gospel that is in fact that even when God's interaction with those in the Old Testament is one where the evils of the world were addressed from within. When one runs away, you run away from one problem to another. And I'm not here even talking about the 49. Actually, I am. Okay. Our calling is to participate in the world's healing, not to run away from it. In the past, the church started education programs, Sunday schools. The church started free clinics. Believe it or not, the church started trade unions. The church started building societies to help people acquire their own land and not to be mere laborers on the lands that demanded their blood and sweat while enriching others. And here I'm not talking about South Africa, I'm talking about 18th century England. Our congregation at one time when I was still a full-time minister was running into some financial challenges. And as the minister, I was tasked by the church council to lead a planned giving campaign. And I came back and I said, okay, the campaign's title is going to be, "We don't want your money." And you can imagine the shock. So we toned it down. We said, we'll call it, "It's not about the money." Because in my thinking, if we were running into financial problems and we go to the congregation and we ask them to increase their giving, we are talking to the insiders and we are making people even poorer. So we stood up in the pulpit and we said, it's not about the money. In fact, we don't want your money. But this is tithing, not money. If you're a teacher, would you mind tithing some of your time to come and assist in an adult education program? If you are a doctor or in the medical profession, can you tithe some of your time and your resources so that we can open a public clinic? And within no time, there were over 70 ministries that were happening in spaces, in buildings that stood empty during the course of the week and were only occupied on a Sunday. I don't think it needs an applause. I think that is what the church should be doing. A prophetic love is a love that crosses boundaries. A prophetic love is a love that recreates the world. A prophetic love is a love that becomes flesh. And this is my last point. When Jesus says, "A new commandment I give unto you," Jesus is not saying, I'm adding an 11th commandment to the 10 that you already have. A new commandment I give to you, not new in content, but new in terms of depth. A gospel that preaches a sentimental kind of love is a gospel that plays on people's emotions and becomes a gospel which is untrustworthy because it cannot deliver. And it is irrelevant. It has nothing to offer. The love that is spoken of in this context that Jesus speaks of is a love that is sacrificial, it is embodied, it is visible. And the church is not and should not be known by its doctrines or manifestos. The church should be known by its love. Very few people have ever come to faith by means of a good argument or a good doctrine. But when the church is a community of embodied love, it takes care of all people. Acts chapter 2 gives a prime example of the consequences of this kind of church life. The church met, the church saw need, the church sold its resources, the church ministered to the marginalized and the poor. And listen to this, and more were added to their number every day. And the church became a worldwide vehicle for transformation. The challenge is, what does it mean to love as Jesus loved in this divided and hurting world? Jesus concludes that narrative by saying, by this, everyone will know that you are my disciples, if you have love one for another. The church that dares to practice this prophetic, embodied kind of love should then be prepared, as a friend in the ministry says, to look good on wood. Meaning, Crucifixion by the powers is a real possibility. If you want to follow Jesus, you better look good on wood. But as much as a prophetic church can be persecuted for showing a preferential option for the poor and marginalized, so there is the promise of resurrection, of renewal. And there is this promise that empires fall, Caesars change, but God is God. Thank you.
Rev Heidi said that this is the graveyard shift, but as they were speaking, I felt like you guys could go on and go on. But thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is the time where we offer conversation to the speakers, where we are reminded about the love that we need to possess as a people and as a church. So now, this is your chance to conversate with the speakers, ask them questions, or offer comments. I'll take the first round of 3 people. I'm seeing a hand. Are there any other hands? Roland, while we wait for other hands.
Dr. Roland, I want to say this is a very interesting presentation. Thank you for this presentation. One thing that kept ringing in my mind as I hear this interesting presentation is, what is the way forward? We kind of in agreement that the church is slacking, the prophetic voice is fainting. So what's the way forward? And then I was quick to remember one of Chief INKOSI about LUTHULI'S quote when he said that I am in the Congress simply because I am a Christian. I want to think that could present us a way forward, one way forward, which is that the church must be involved in politics. For us to have a transformative change, to be able to, we need to be able to influence policies. And to influence policy, you need to be sitting where policy is formulated. So I want to think or to submit or to suggest, and I don't know if you agree with me, I would like to hear your thoughts on that, that the church must be involved in the politics of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you Thank you so much, colleagues, for this. I have 2 questions, one for each. Rev, neutrality. You spoke a lot about neutrality as I beg to differ when injustice is in my space, and we don't have the luxury of being neutral as the church, but let's talk reality. I think I'm struggling with this also from my own context, how we, because if I think Prof. Busak speaks a lot about this, that in struggle you cannot be neutral. You are either on the side of the oppressor or on the side of the oppressed. So, and I always feel that as the church, we have become the oppressors. So, like, as I struggle with this neutrality, I'm just wondering how you are navigating it, because in practice, I know this is very difficult because our systems in the church, they are anti those who do not have. We are not pro the poor, pro blackness, and pro all of those things. Our systems, they take and take and take away from the poor. So we might not call ourselves, because I'm just trying to think, there's technicalities, there's nice words that we use, but the reality is that the reason sometimes we can't even critique the society and the government on issues, because we are guilty of those things, because our systems are the ones that are oppressive. We can't speak out against gender-based violence because you find it in the church. You can't speak up against economic injustice and exploitation because we exploit the poor in the church. So I think I'm struggling, and I want to hear how you are also struggling. Maybe you'll give me hope, because that candle, that symbol that you began with was very powerful. Even if you had just done that and actually you lit the candle, I think I would have said amen, hallelujah. That's how I felt in that moment. And then for Prof, do we follow Jesus? I'm just curious, Prof, because I've been part of some conversations about this whole issue of following Jesus, with others now even asking about, did Jesus even wanted us to have institutions as churches, or because Jesus was always on the move. He was not confined to structures like the pulpits and walls that Prof. Mati said we should maybe dismantle. So I'm just wondering whether the institution is what Jesus maybe had in mind. I'm just wondering, because he was never confined to any space or to even any day, but he was always where the people were. I'm interested for you to reflect on that. If you talk about following Jesus, what are your thoughts now on these dynamics, on the institution, also the Jesus movement? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ref?
Professor Kobo, I should have expected or anticipated yours. It will be a higher grade. When I rise to the podium or speak in any platform, you hear a hussing or a humming of voices. Yeah. Women's emancipation now again. I've now come to learn that my place is to allow for all those voices to grow with me. Because neutral in the spaces that says I am not even allowed to speak is not going to be entertained with me present. So you agitate. Another way in which the neutrality is to come against the subtle and disguised layers of the indoctrinated patriarchal thinking and practices that keep showing its face in disguised form. Let's speak about a simple one. Language. The struggle to read and call forth God in a non-gender way is such a struggle. And so to speak in a non-violent way, but to just be present and say, God, Creator, God, our parent, allows for conversation, whether it's over tea time and whether it's over at another. But the very fact that there's conversation is sufficient enough for me to say, there's somebody that has listened with an attentiveness to want to understand what is it that you are navigating or agitating for us to listen for. What is new? What ought we listen to for different? It shifts neutrality. The acceptance of that which is given, is this the only way? So small as it may appear, the hussing and the humming will remain, because what I've inherited is not necessarily what I particularly subscribe to, or the others that I work with. Let us work together to find what is best for all. And it requires us to listen. It requires for us to engage. And it requires for us to find a way to reason together. To find, is there a new way of reading? Is there a new way of exegeting? Is there a new way of doing eisegesis? Is there a new way, because the struggle requires our work.
Thank you very much for those questions. In terms of the first question, the church should be engaged in politics. Fully agree. The church theology is political. Our belief is political. And I think sometimes we are too clinical in making a differentiation between church and state, forgetting that politicians sit in the congregations. And so do many other leaders. Just a short story. I was presiding over Holy Communion at our congregation once, and there was a prominent family of the ANC that was seated in the congregation, another family of the PAC also sitting there, also a family from the Old National Party, a constitutional judge, a constitutional court judge, and somebody who had just been released from incarceration. And it just so happened that when we called people to the table, those families and those individuals knelt next to each other. And I thought to myself, you cannot arrange any event where all of those people would be kneeling next to each other, sharing in the same meal. That, for me, was a miracle. And so we stopped the Holy Communion, and we just pointed out, this is what is happening here. But further than that, each person that's going to get up from the sacrament goes out of the church building, the structure, and continues to be the church in their local area of influence. So, yes, the church is involved in politics, in the sense that I think it was Prof. Madise that moved that it is the creating of the consciousness and the social awareness that comes from the church that should be inspired in our leaders, so that when they lead so justly. Any case, so that is it's just a short answer to that. And then to Prof. Korbo, thank you very much for that question. I agree with you. I don't think that Jesus wanted to build an organization or a denomination in particular. It's my personal belief. And I'm largely influenced by the philosopher Richard Carney, who wrote a book, Anatheism. I think the subtitle is Meeting with God After God. And his argument is that as soon as we become familiar with our concept of God and we institutionalize God, God breaks out of that mold and God surprises us by meeting us as a stranger. And the interesting thing that he mentions is that I think it is a Latin word for stranger, or the other is the word hostes, or hospes. Hospes, and hospes can mean either friend or enemy. And our response to that person also stems from that word. We can either respond with hospitality or with hostility. And his argument is when God meets with Abraham under the Mamre tree, and God meets with Moses at the burning bush, and Jesus is revealed in the Transfiguration while the people are worshiping. We have to take a risk in asking how are we going to approach the other. And the default setting for us as Christians is we have to approach with love. So the first encounter should be one of hospitality and not hostility. And sometimes it's going to bite us in the rear. And that's okay. We've learned, we move on. So when Peter suggests, hey, Lord, let's build a little shelter for you and for Moses and Elijah, let us institutionalize this place or this concept. Jesus says, no, let's go back to the people, and I think that is where we should be.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to close, I would like to ask Professor Sakhala to just come grace us and to gift our speakers. Colleagues, as we are about to close, I'd like to offer a bit of reflection as the program director. To light the candle, it is to say no to silence, as we are reminded here today. It is to arise, to refuse neutrality, and to tell the truth even when it is uncomfortable. Today reminded us that the RDP of the soul is not just a theme, it is a call to return to what INKOSI LUTHULI lived for, which is justice, action, and prophetic love. The voices today didn't just reflect, they provoked. Because comfort doesn't change systems, and people are dying at the hands of the very systems we are quiet about. Maybe we need to dismantle the pulpit as asked today. We were reminded that Mangisondele Kuwenkosi was more than a hymn. It was a protest, a prayer, a promise, an invitation to draw near again to God, to justice, and to each other. Colleagues, there was a longing in the room, not for more answers, but for something real, a faith that breathes, a theology that walks into the street and sits with the wounded, a reminder that Manyano is not an auxiliary, it is the heartbeat, and it must return to its root, as a movement, not a memory. We were asked to follow Jesus or our idea of him, because the real Christ disrupted. The real Christ was radical. He wept, he was on the ground with the people, he loved with fire and tenderness. 3 decades later, have we lost the church? Maybe, Prof. Sakhala, this wasn't just a symposium. Maybe it was an altar call. Or maybe we need to dismantle the pulpit again. So as we leave, we don't go with answers, we go with a charge. To build the kind of love that liberates, to build the kind of love that finds the soul of the church again. And if we must become that soul, then let us take courage, because the candle is lit, and let us not let it burn out. Thank you. Colleagues, I would like now to call upon Prof. Oyancha, who will be giving us a vote of thanks, and then we will be done with our session today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and it is my pleasure now, then therefore, to do the vote of thanks. But before I do so, I just want to say that, I think I'm the odd one out, because I was just looking at the speakers and they are literally the men and women of the cloth. If you look at them, they are men and women of the cloth. No, the jacket that is behind you is a cloth. Look at the tossy that I am. No, I just want to reflect just shortly on today's proceedings, and I just want to start by saying Professor Mashau has just stepped out briefly, our executive, Deputy Executive Dean, the distinguished speakers in the front, colleagues and participants. On behalf of the Albert Luthuli Chair, Chief Albert Luthuli Chair, and the entire College of Human Sciences, I wish to extend our deepest gratitude to all who had or who made this symposium a success today. A special word of thanks goes to first our Deputy Executive Dean, Professor Mashau, for the opening remarks and even the welcoming remarks, as well as his continued support for research-related activities at the college. He is forever present in many of our activities. We are also sincerely grateful to Professor Sekalo. I call her my dear sister in Christ also. Yeah, Professor Sekalo, the Chief Albert Luthuli Research Chair, for your leadership, which is very important in matters of intellectual and spiritual engagement that we have had today. We also want to thank Ms. Plank, who is here with me, the program director, for masterfully steering these proceedings. We are also deeply indebted to our speakers. Professor Segalo, I think I still want to mention your name here because you spoke and you anchored our reflections in the spirit of the African Month, which we are in, calling us to center the church's mission within Africa's historical, political, and cultural realities. Reverend Molo and Professor Madise, who jointly reminded us that the church must transcend the pulpit, confronting structural inequalities with a theology that is rooted in people's lived experiences. Professor Kobo, my sister in crime, for illuminating the often underestimated force of Manyano women whose spiritual labor doubles as a form of resistance and leadership as well as agents of change. And Reverend Peterson and Professor Bentley, who have challenged us to decolonize theology and reassert African identity, confronting systems that continue to marginalize the majority. Finally, colleagues, my heartfelt thanks to the symposium organizing team and for their dedication, and to all participants for your contributions and active engagement. As we draw this powerful and deeply reflective symposium to a close, we stand in the shadow of a giant, Chief Albert Luthuli, whose unwavering faith and principled action continue to challenge us to live justly, speak boldly, and act prophetically. His life reminds us that faith divorced from justice, or as they say in the Bible, faith without works is dead, is really incomplete if faith is divorced from justice, and that the church must remain a vigilant conscience of the society. In today's deliberations, we have seen that the church's role cannot be confined to liturgy. It must live and breathe in our communities, our policies, and our public consciousness. As the head of graduate studies and research at the College of Human Sciences, dear colleagues, I will be remiss not to highlight the indispensable role of research in today's discourse. It is through research that we unearth suppressed narratives, critique harmful structures, and construct liberative knowledge. Our challenge going forward is to embed today's insights into work that informs practice and policy and uplifts our society in a manner that is very impactful as we progress in our academic and in our practice. Let us live here not only inspired, but mobilized to study, to act, and to serve. Thank you very much, and may peace be with you. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. We can leave.
you.